Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Foreign Affairs Live. Please take your seats and turn off all cellular phones and personal electronics. Our program will begin shortly.
Foreign Affairs. Not just a magazine, an education. Everything you need to learn about the past, understand the present, and predict the future.
Good morning. I'm Linda Hammes, publisher of Foreign Affairs Magazine. Welcome to our 5th annual event focused on Brazil. For nearly a century, Foreign Affairs has been host to divergent but always expert perspectives on all manner of geopolitical and economic issues. Foreign Affairs Live, the series that you're experiencing today, looks to bring those views and those perspectives alive for debate and discussion with our readers and people like you that grapple every day with the intellectual and practical implications of the issues in our pages. Our hope with today's program is to bear some insights into the incredibly complex situation in Brazil today. A few housekeeping items before we get started. This event is on the record, is being video recorded and live streamed. For those of you on Twitter, you can join the conversation at FA Live Events. When asking a question during the Q&A sessions, please wait for the microphone, state your name and affiliation, and keep your question concise. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Cesar Cunha Campos, Director of FGV Projetos of the Getulio Vargas Foundation.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming. Linda, thank you for your words and introduction. We are looking forward to our event today. First, I would like to salute our audience, our speakers in the name of Professor Albert Fischlow, Emeritus Professor of UC Berkeley, Ancon University, and Professor Yoshiaki Nakano, Director of FGV School of Economics and former State Secretary of São Paulo. Linda, also I would like to thank you and the members of Council on Foreign Relations and Foreign Affairs magazine who made this event possible. Ms. Andrea Carvalhal, Manager of BNDES London office. Ms. Anthony Harrington, Chair of the Managing Board at the Albright Stonebridge Group, for his opening keynote in a few minutes. The fifth Brazil Economic Summit represents for us the debut of Getúlio Vargas' partnership with the Council of Foreign Relations and Foreign Affairs magazine, which amplifies our international presence and bilateral relations with the United States. As you may know, Fundação Getúlio Vargas is considered the #1 think tank in Latin America, one of the top worldwide. Our main mission is to promote development as a whole. Therefore, encouraging discussions such as this one are a great way to materialize our mission. This summit is indeed very timely. We bring together influential policymakers and executives to share insights on matters important to Brazil's long-term growth and for the Brazilian-US relationship. I have just returned from a trip to Germany, where we launched in Cologne FGV Europe, FGV's first office outside Brazil, where I had several meetings with companies, institutions, and prospective investors. The current moment in Brazil speakers are huge interest. Our most important goal abroad is to support institutions, foreign companies, and private investors who wish to understand Brazil better, and we also intend to support Brazilian companies to better understand other countries and to expand abroad. We insist on this goal despite Brazil's current economic and political conjuncture, because we see opportunities throughout this continental powerhouse. Brazil is still one of the top 10 biggest economies in the world by GDP, $2.3 trillion US, and it still attracts more than $17 billion US per year as direct investment. Despite the macroeconomic outlook in the coming months, Brazil's democratic institutions remain strong and committed to bring back stability and growth. I truly believe that Brazil will come out even stronger after this crisis. As my friend from the Financial Times would say, and I quote, "Don't bet against Brazil." Actually, the current macroeconomic conditions favor large investors and could unlock many investment opportunities. Brazil is very heterogeneous, and each region possesses particular competitive endowments. And you can see in our report available for you today. We are talking about concession, infrastructure, roads, railroads, airports, ports, etc., agribusiness, and renewable energy, as an example. I believe that all these issues will be extensively discussed in our event today. To sum up, we are here today to discuss Brazil's current situation and its future, and also to celebrate our partnership with foreign affairs. Our common goal is to privilege a long-term constructive perspective of the current issues in Brazil. One way to do so is to enable to exchange new ideas, lively discussion, and interaction between different players, contributing to the advancement of the country. We definitely need more events like this. FGV will continue to support it. Lastly, a quick thank you to you, the Council of Foreign Affairs, the Foreign Affairs magazine, and I think Link, Carolina Folegatti was very dedicated to the project. Our sponsors, Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Social, the Brazilian American Chamber of Commerce, the participating company and speakers, Latin American Private Equity and Venture Capital Association, the esteemed member of the audience, and my team, Mr. Sidney Gonzalez, Ms. Sarah Pais, and Ms. Manuela Fontinato. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Anthony Harrington, Chair of the Managing Board and Head of Latin America Practice at Albright Stonebridge Group, who will give us opening keynote. Ms. Harrington served as U.S. Ambassador to Brazil under President Clinton and Cardoso terms. During this time, he oversaw unprecedented bilateral political and economic engagement between U.S. and Brazil. He also a businessman with experience in leading international law firm and entrepreneur in the communication sector. Mr. Harrington, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar and Linda, and thanks to Foreign Affairs, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Getulio Vargas Foundation, and the other sponsors for bringing us together at such a critical time for Brazil, and maybe a brief respite from our own presidential election debates. As Cesar noted, I had the good fortune to serve as U.S. ambassador to Brazil and contribute to building the relationship between our two countries to a higher level. I might note that I was encouraged to focus when the possibility of becoming an ambassador was raised on Brazil by Hillary Clinton and then National Security Advisor, my former partner, Sandy Berger. President and Mrs. Clinton had and have a particular continuing interest in Brazil. So I continue to work actively in the public and private sector to advance the bilateral relationship. During my tenure in Brazil, I had the opportunity to enjoy the Brazilian people, and you know what I mean, to work with the remarkable President Fernando Henrique Cardoso at the time, but also to tell the market and the public that the election of Lula would not be the end of the road for Brazil. I look at Brazil as my second country, and so with regret for the very difficult circumstances the country is now facing. But the optimist in me, as in Cesar, continues to believe that these current challenges can lead to positive reforms and innovation over the longer term. Our panelists will discuss the challenges and opportunities in greater depth, but I'd like to set the stage a little bit with a few of my own observations of the all too interesting political and economic dynamics in Brazil, the two being inextricably linked. Brazil's economy has been confronted by a near-perfect storm of internal and external factors over the recent years. The slowdown in China, the Eurozone crisis, sharp decline in oil prices and other commodities have hit Brazil and other emerging markets hard. But much of Brazil's current woes are also homemade, and solutions will have to come from within Brazil and not just from the global impacts. As prices of commodities have dropped, it becomes increasingly clear that the boom of the previous decade masked serious deficiencies in productivity, competitiveness, and needed continuation of reforms. The current government has struggled to adjust to slowing global and domestic demand and has sought to address declining growth through stimulus measures that contribute to a worrying rise in inflation. What worked after the 2008 financial crisis is not going to work now. The economic changes Brazil faces call for bold, decisive action to reform recognized policies like public pensions, labor codes, and the tax structure, to make a meaningful reduction in the size and cost of government and the ease of doing business, the role of the state in the economy. Unfortunately, the country did not take the opportunity to make some necessary reforms when the economy was in better shape, and the needed course corrections now look quite difficult in the current political environment. However, Brazil can ill afford another so-called lost decade. Government and business leaders and the citizens of Brazil must work together to tackle some of these needed reforms and not just point fingers. In difficult times like this, it's understandable that a sense of pessimism can take hold. Brazilians desire and deserve a government that is transparent and responsive to their needs. While there are serious challenges in Brazil, we're seeing that there are also some means to address them. While I was ambassador, I worked with my colleagues in Brasilia to ratify the U.S.-Brazil Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, which, among other things, paved the way for close cooperation between U.S. and Brazilian investigators. Simple investigatory matters that used to be very difficult between our justice systems can now be readily addressed. The Lava Jato investigation provides an example of the treaty's utility. And looking ahead, other efforts such as a bilateral tax treaty could further advance the rule of law and the ease of doing business, including as to questionable payments abroad. So let's continue to try to focus on what works. Of course, we should remember that the problems of political gridlock are not unique to Brazil. We're observing a certain amount of unnecessary and unfortunate gridlock in our own country. In spite of these very real and significant challenges, though, I would urge that we take a longer view of Brazil because there's still a lot of reasons for optimism, as Cesar cited. I've noticed that economies, countries, and globally do not move in straight lines up and down. The current challenges can lead Brazil to expand and strengthen its key international relationships, including with the U.S. Early in her second term, President Rousseff recognized the importance of the U.S. as a partner in building a more innovative and value-added economy. Our relationship has more of the value-added component, I think, than any others in the Brazil spectrum. While domestic concerns in both countries may lead to delay, there is growing demand from Brazil's private sector for the government to strengthen trade and investment relationships with the U.S. and also with Europe. In fact, private sector ties continue to be strong and have really carried the bilateral relationship forward through some tumultuous moments over the past 5 years. I believe the opportunities for private sector collaboration continue to show tremendous promise. One example of a sector showing strong promise is the healthcare area, including research and development collaboration, investment, and technology transfer, much of which has occurred and I believe will continue to occur. Efforts on Zika and dengue fever are enlisting federal and state governments, research institutions such as Instituto Butantan, and the private sector. So while Brazil is suffering, it has significant, strong entrepreneurial capacity. It has world-class business in areas like agriculture, a financial sector led by very sophisticated professionals, and an industrial base that is capable of production from basic materials to advanced aircraft. Even in the middle of this economic crisis, we find at Albright Stonebridge that we are advising investors who continue to seek and find, increasingly seek, opportunities to invest in Brazil. And I'm confident that many of those who take the long view will enjoy success. Finally, in these trying times, I think it's good to remember how much Brazil's relatively young democracy has accomplished in the past 31 years now. It's built some strong institutions that are now working to root out corruption and hold both public and private sector officials accountable. Talented judges and independent federal police and prosecutors that might not have been imagined so long ago. And the nation has maintained a firm commitment on the majority of the Brazilian people to work through these current challenges peacefully and democratically. We hope upcoming protests will indeed be peaceful as possible. Let's hope that Brazilian leaders and the public can help assure the needed accountability, reform, and peaceful evolution. As President Obama's first chief of staff famously said in the middle of the 2008 meltdown, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. Sometimes the political will for serious reform comes only when crisis concentrates the minds of both leaders and citizens. I think that possibility is at hand, and let's hope that it will be seized. So now I'd like to welcome to the podium or the Rostam Brian Winter, a friend and longtime distinguished observer of Brazil, now editor-in-chief of the Americas Quarterly, and Shannon O'Neill, a distinguished senior fellow, for a bit of a crash course in Brazil today and looking ahead and hopefully avoiding too much more of a crash.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming out to hear all of the speakers that are coming today. We're going to start this with just a conversation back and forth for about 20 minutes, and then we're going to open it up to all of your questions. So in that, let me take the first prerogative, the first question to you, Brian. And for those of us who've been watching Brazil, it's been a very interesting 2 weeks, right? We saw the political guru for Dilma's campaign arrested when he got off a plane coming back to Brazil. We saw the ex-president Lula forcibly brought down for questioning. We saw one of the industrial conglomerate titans sentenced to almost 2 decades in jail. One question is, who's next? And is it the president herself? What happens now?
Okay, well, thank you, Shannon. Thank you to Foreign Affairs. Thank you to Ambassador Harrington for that gracious introduction. The question right now really for investors and for Brazil watchers is, will President Rousseff, will Dilma survive to the end of her term? And until 2 weeks ago, I thought the answer was probably yes. I saw a scenario under which she would muddle through to the end of her term on New Year's Day, 2019. But the events of the last 2 weeks have begun to change the calculus on that. Everybody focused so much on Friday on the temporary detention of Lula, and it was very dramatic. It was a historic day. I mean, you saw there were protests in the streets, some clashes between pro-Lula and anti-Lula people. Lula, of course, as every Brazil watcher knows, much more than just a former president. I mean, he's really a symbol of everything that was good over the last 10 years or so, of the really positive period that the country went through, lifting 40 million people out of poverty. But I would venture that the most important thing that happened Friday was not the fact that he was temporarily detained, but it was the federal police statement that accompanied his detention, in which federal police alleged that really for the first time that they have evidence that Lula and the Workers' Party benefited from illicit Petrobras money. And if that's the case, that really does change the calculus for politics going forward. And it seems entirely possible now that as soon as by the end of this year, Brazil might have a new president, which again, I certainly was not saying that was likely as recently as 2 weeks ago. One sort of final thought on this, and just kind of trying to explain a bit why this is the case, why this has changed. The last big bout of pro-impeachment feeling was at the end of 2015. It was around August, September, October of last year when it really seemed as if there seemed to be some kind of quorum in Brasilia behind the idea of impeachment. And what essentially happened was the political establishment in Brasilia, the business establishment in Sao Paulo and Rio and some other places took a long, hard look at the possibility of impeachment, and they said, you know what? The case is not quite there, for a couple reasons. One, because the case against Dilma Rousseff herself was very weak. And look, as an aside to all of this, no one credible in Brazil thinks that President Rousseff herself is corrupt. And therefore, the case that was brought up to justify her impeachment really actually had nothing to do with Petrobras. It was about this thing they call pedaladas, which is essentially fiscal, the creative accounting, they called it, is the more generous term for it. And the establishment took a look at that and said, people don't really understand that. It's not a compelling enough reason to force out someone who was democratically elected just a year ago. We're going to have more problems if we impeach now. Let's go ahead and leave her there. And the other part of that calculus was Joaquim Levy was still the Minister of Finance. And of course, he has a background from the University of Chicago, was seen as the guy who could lead things in a more pro-market direction. And they said, maybe it's possible that if we leave Dilma in there by the end of 2016, the beginning of 2017, we'll be looking at the beginnings of an economic recovery. Well, here we are now in March 2016, And no one now believes that there will be an economic recovery by the end of 2016, maybe even the beginning of 2017. The economy is expected to shrink another 4% this year after a 4% contraction last year, and who knows if it'll even be worse. And of course, Joaquin Levy is gone. He's no longer in the Ministry of Finance. And so that hope for a near-term or medium-term recovery in the economy seems to have disappeared. And at the same time now, so if you take that darker economic situation, and then if you look at the federal police indicating that they have proof that the Workers' Party benefited from money from the Petrobras scandal, that becomes, again, there's nothing personally against President Rousseff, but that becomes a much more compelling reason in the minds of a lot of politicians in Brasilia to try to push her out, whether it's through impeachment or this process known as cassação, which is basically the invalidation of her 2014 electoral victory by an electoral court in Brazil. So, I wanted to ask you, I mean, do you, if you had, looking at the economy, I mean, do you see any prospect, near term, medium term, for recovery at this point?
And I mean, I think the short answer is no. And for two reasons. And there are some factors that, frankly, the government, the broader government, has no control over, that aren't going well. And then there are some factors that the government could have control over that they're not addressing. So on the things that they don't have any control over, and some of these were brought up in Ambassador Harrington's opening remarks, is they have no control over the external environment. So the overall, what's happening in China, what's happening in the European Union, what's happening more broadly, is something that Brazil and other emerging markets face, but they have very little control over. And none of that is moving in a positive direction for Brazil today. The other thing, at least at this moment, they don't have a lot of control over is internal consumption. And one of the great benefits and engines of growth over the last decade plus was this bringing of 40 plus million people into the middle class, right? And they went out and bought their first refrigerators and washing machines and iPhones and cars and all of these things, boosted the economy. But now this 40 million, and the next 40 million will be harder to bring in than the first 40 million. They have their car, they have their appliances, and they're unlikely to buy another one anytime soon. And also they bought most of those things, or many of those things, on credit. So they're very leveraged. And what we're going to see in Brazil, what we are seeing, I believe, are very rational individual decisions, not unlike those that have been happening in the United States over the last decade, where individuals and households are trying to deleverage, lower the debt that they have, so they're not going out and buying things. And while that's a rational individual decision, the aggregate effect of that for the economy, particularly in Brazil, is to reduce consumption overall, and it's very difficult. So even though we've seen the government try to stimulate credit and put it out there through its own mechanisms, through the state-owned banks and controlled banks, I don't see consumers or even corporations in that sense buying. So I think those two, they have no control over at this point and can't do much about. The two things they can do something about, they're not doing something about, right? And back to the political crisis that you're talking to, I think that's one of the main reasons. So one is they can fix their balance sheet, right? Their costs are much more than what they're bringing in. Now we have a double-digit deficit, it looks like, mounting debt, which is going to make the problem that much harder down the road, and they're not doing anything to deal with that problem. And then the other side, and we all know this is the perennial sob at Brazil, but you have this big Brazil cost. And I have a good friend who likens operating in Brazil, running companies or doing things in Brazil is like jumping into a swimming pool with all of your clothes on. It's like you can swim, but it's exhausting, right? And so you're either not going to jump in, or if you're already in the pool, you would just want to hang under the side of the pool, right, to extend the metaphor a bit too far. But that is the challenge. And when people are looking all over the world where to invest, why would you go somewhere where it's so hard to operate, to do the things that you need to do? And so these are things that the Congress could take on, that the president could take on, but no one is going to step in if you're not even sure who's going to be there at the end of the year. And that, to me, is the big challenge for Brazil. When you're trying to find this recovery that everyone thought maybe Joaquin Levy could bring last December, it's not going to happen because you don't see any will, at least in my view. They're focused so much on this immediate who's going to be there a week from now. You're not seeing anybody thinking about this medium to longer term.
Yeah, I think that's right. And fixing the economy, it's difficult on the one hand, but it's not rocket science. people have been talking about the reforms that need to be made for the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
I say this, by the way, with some humility as an American. I mean, we also know many things that need to be done to fix the economy in the United States, and we don't do them. So I just want to sort of put that out there, right? But things are bad in Brazil, and it's clear that the pressure is there for some of these changes. I mean, so I lived in Brazil from 2010 to 2015 as a reporter, and I actually got to interview Dilma for 3 minutes in a hotel in Juiz de Fora, which is a medium-sized city in Rio de Janeiro state. And this was in August 2010. This was about 2 months before she was elected. And I knew that it was going to be short. I didn't know it was going to be like 3 minutes short, but I knew it was going to be short. And so I figured I had like one question. My first question was, this was of course 2010, the year peak Brazil, the year the economy grew 7.5%. And I said, she comes out of the elevator, we're there in the hallway, and she says, and I said, President Rousseff, candidate Rousseff, I said, do you believe that Brazil continued to grow at a 7% pace without fiscal, tax, and labor reforms? And she said, well, is it growing now? And I said, yes, it is. And she said, well, then it's possible. But the reason I asked that question was because even in 2010, even when the economy was doing well, people knew what needed to happen to fix the economy. The costs of doing business, as you say, in Brazil were very high, and it all got masked a bit by the expansion in domestic credit and by that point in the commodities cycle. But now here we are 5 years later, and the situation looks very different. And it's not going to export its way out. Right. Because even though we think of Brazil as being a big exporter, and it is, it's the world's #1 exporter of orange juice and iron ore and beef and a bunch of other commodities, it's the most closed economy in the Americas as trade as a percentage of GDP.
That could change though, right? As you think about what are the levers that a government has in Brazil and what could it do to increase productivity, to increase competitiveness, it could open up. Right? It is only 10, 12% of GDP, right? Trade to GDP, which is incredibly low, right? You think about Mexico, it's 60+%, China's 66%. I mean, it's even lower than the United States, which is a quite closed economy. And partly if you have a lot of people, if you have a big internal economy, you don't need to open up. But it also allows you to keep pretty uncompetitive businesses. And the way they've used some of their trade agreements, particularly Mercosur, is that over time, and particularly as economic challenges arose, they put in more and more exemptions and other types of treaties that they have that look pretty open and competitive. For instance, the auto treaty with Mexico. Once the numbers started to look a little bit more complicated for Brazil, they stopped it basically, right? They renegotiated it. So if you're trying to think of what could Brazil do to increase its competitiveness, it means the short term is pretty difficult because people who are used to having a margin of protectionism no longer have it, and some of them go out of business or at least have very tough years. That is something that could be a boost into the economy. It could be a lever for either this government, and when it regains its footing, or a new government to say, what can we do? Yes, we need to balance the budget, and we need to make some spending cuts and the like, but we could also open up our economy. There's things we could do that would be beneficial. The one challenge for them, which is one, say, even Argentina's facing as they're trying to revive their economy today, is the external environment isn't what it was 10 years ago. So, you want to open up and trade with the rest of the world, so does everybody else at this time when they're trying to, revive flagging economies, whether it be China or other emerging markets.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, if the countries on the Atlantic coast of South America start embracing trade in the ways that the ones on the Pacific coast have, that could substantially change the equation. I mean, I have a Brazilian friend who says that the best thing that's happened to Brazil in the last year was the election of Mauricio Macri. Just because, it has shown that there's another path. I mean, I think that both Argentina and Brazil are still a ways away from really wholeheartedly embracing trade. And look, I mean, Brazil, it's like the United States in a lot of ways. It's never going to be a Mexico or a Colombia in terms of, this export machine. It's always going to be a big domestic market. But I mean, do you see in your watching of the region, I mean, do you see any possibility of those countries going down that road?
I don't think you'll see a whole opening up. I don't think Brazil 10, 20 years from now is going to be just an export machine, right?
No,
But it could be more open, right? And it could even start with its neighbors, right? It could move forward on the EU agreement that they've had there for years and years and years. There's things that they could do together. And I do think Mauricio Macri, once he has his own house to get in order and his own challenges at the moment, but he could be one to sort of start pulling Brazil as well forward, right? Before, Argentina, one would argue, was actually holding Brazil back from some of these agreements, but we could see a turn there where actually Argentina is the one leading and reaching out to the EU and other places. I wanted to bring you back to the politics and away from the blow by blow and who, we've all been listening to this, has been arrested this morning and the like, or brought in for questioning. But
I had to check my iPhone before coming in just to make sure I hadn't missed anything.
But let's talk a little bit about what all of this means, this whole last, couple of years with Lava Jato and then also with some of the impeachment proceedings. What does it mean for Brazil's democracy? What does it mean for democratic institutions? Is this something that we should be worried about their stability or strength? Is this something that actually, that which does not kill me makes me stronger? How do you see sort of democracy writ large in Brazil given some of these tests?
I think Brazilian democracy has performed admirably. It is shocking sometimes to remember that Brazilian democracy is only 31 years old. And you look at the institutions that they have and the way they've behaved over the last couple of years, especially over the last 12 months or so. And, things are bad, but I also believe that there's a real possibility that the country will emerge stronger from the process it's in right now. But as I also like to say, success is not guaranteed, right? I mean, I don't think that just because things are bad right now that they're going to come out of this stronger. I think it's in doubt. I think it depends on what happens to President Rousseff. I think it depends if she is removed from office, who replaces her in the longer term. I mean, these questions really matter. I could trace out a scenario under which 3 to 5 years from now, things would still be pretty bad in Brazil. I think leadership matters a lot. We've seen that. As far as the corruption probes and as far as Lava Jato, I mean, I'm a big believer that what's happening in Brazil right now, it's painful in the short term, but it's necessary to create a country with better rule of law, with better institutions. I mean, my magazine put Judge Moro on its most recent cover as a corruption buster. I think that's an opinion shared by most of the business community in Brazil as well, and by people who do business in Brazil. If this all results in a country where there's a stronger rule of law, where bribery is not as necessary in order to get things done, I think that will be a better business climate and a more competitive economy for everybody. So, if they can sort of steer through this process, I think it could be very positive.
Yeah, agree. Good. Well, let me open it up to all of you if you have questions. As Linda had mentioned before, please wait for a mic. I'll call on you. Give your name and affiliation and ask your question. Let me start right here.
First of all, thank you for an absolutely excellent conference and presentation. My name is Jean Ergas. I'm Chief Economist of Tigris Financial Partners in New York. I also teach at New York University. You very well mentioned and very aptly this free trade and the trade issue. Having heard the recent Democratic debates, at this point I'm sorely tempted to send the participants a free copy of The Wealth of Nations, because I think they ought to read it. I think, they're still sort of proto-mercantilists. So I simply want to know this. Very nice that Brazil will open up, but will the others be there waiting for them? And what do you see as the main threat to free trade at this point? It seems to me that there's just a very anti-free trade movement afoot. And if under communism we had the Communist International, we now have the Popintern, known as the Comintern. We now have the Popintern, which is the Populist International, which seems to be opposed to absolutely anything, both the passage of ideas and the passage of goods.
I mean, I think that was a bit what I was getting at with my comments. Great. Let's say Brazil turns around and decides it wants to open up and negotiate free trade agreements with everyone and anyone. It's hard to imagine President Trump, setting up meetings right away on that phase. And frankly, in the United States, all of the leading candidates on both sides have been quite skeptical of free trade. And so I do think this is a challenge. Maybe it's my glass half full attitude usually, but I think there are things that you say in a campaign and there's things that you actually do when you govern. And I do think there's a difference in the United States in that. And also we do have, as Brazil is developing, and back to sort of the corruption side, and really the the rise of the justice system, of an independent, strong, autonomous, and I think quite sort of public good-oriented justice system. The United States has these checks and balances. So even if you would get an executive branch here that was not particularly fond of free trade, I think you have a Congress, you have a lot of checks and balances back and forth, right? And so not to get too much into US politics, but right, those who say they're going to, raise tariffs on things coming in from Mexico. Ford, going to put 35% tariffs on Ford cars coming in from Mexico. We have a treaty obligation that doesn't allow that. So, and that's not something you can just come in and do. But I think there is this bigger question as the economies are more fragile, as they're uncertain, as we see growth slowing in places like China and others. How does China boost its economy? Well, the way it's always done it is by increasing trade. Right, it's trying to switch to a more domestically oriented type of market, one that Brazil's coming from the other direction. China's moving back perhaps to the middle of a more consumer balanced or consumption driven growth. But I think their tendency is to go out there and to export. One thing we haven't talked about, but I think is tied into this, one is to sign free trade agreements and do that. The other is to maintain a competitive currency. And what do you do on the currency side? Do you let it float normally? Do you, inch it along? Do you try to encourage it in one direction or another? And one interesting thing I've seen out of Brazil is just the utter decimation of imports from China over the last few months. And so part of that is it's in a recession, so people are buying fewer things from China. But part I do think is the currency side. And this, presumably you could see within Brazil, there's a benefit there. There's a benefit for the manufacturing sector. There's a benefit for other producers. If the currency continues to decline vis-a-vis the dollar, vis-a-vis the renminbi or others, one, you could see some recovery there, and that could be a sector that could grow. But two, people learn lessons, and all of a sudden if you have this competitive devaluation, I think that doesn't help for this larger global free trade agenda that some of us still believe is the best way to go in terms of improving overall prosperity.
Just one thing to add, I think attitudes in Brazil, generally in Brasilia, outside of Brasilia, towards trade have started to change. When I was in my second year in Brazil as a reporter, I had a minister who was very close to Dilma tell me in an off-the-record conversation, I asked about trade, and he said, oh, nobody does free trade deals anymore. Just very dismissively. I think it's fair to say that at that point in her presidency, that was a government that fundamentally did not believe in trade. You have to remember how much things have changed. This was 5 years ago. It doesn't sound like that long ago, but this was a country that was coming out of a period of massive success that had the economy grow more than 5% several years, more than 7% the previous year, had the World Cup coming, had the Olympics coming, and believed that it had found the solution to a kind of economic growth that would lift, that would basically reduce inequality in a way that nobody else in the world had managed to do. So they really thought that they had cracked the code. Things have changed. And now, in my conversations with people and public declarations by Armando Monteiro, who's the trade minister now, there's a much more open mind towards trade. The question is, how do they get there? And Brazil in particular is limited by some of the statutes of Mercosur. As you pointed out, Argentina was definitely presented as a reason when you went to Brasilia and asked why they weren't out there doing deals. Oh, well, Argentina, Mercosur, this and that. Now, of course, the polarities in Argentina have shifted, so it'll be interesting to see whether this government or the next one is able to move forward on that.
Go ahead, Dick.
Thank you. Dick Huber. In this context, I'm a partner in a rail car leasing company in Brazil. Brian, you did touch upon the agricultural sector, but only sort of in passing. And there, I believe that it's one sector that the country is really technologically very much at the cutting edge, or very modern. And those exports are much less affected by international trade agreements or whatnot. But it is very much affected by prices of commodities, of soybean meal, corn, et cetera, sugar. And what sort of an impact could the recovery of agricultural commodities have on pulling this economy out of the mud?
No, thank you for your question. I had one of the world's leading Brazil experts who happens to be with us here today tell me last week that agriculture is really the only area where Brazil has seen productivity gains over the last 30 years. Is that right? There's another expression that's often repeated by farmers in Brazil that up until the moment their goods leave the farm, it's the most competitive agricultural country in the world. Of course, after that, when they run into some of the infrastructure bottlenecks, that's where they start to have problems. Some work has been done on resolving or at least addressing some of those bottlenecks in recent years. I mean, one of the areas where I don't think President Rousseff has received enough credit has been in her willingness to do these concessions to the private sector where they do construction of ports and highways and some other areas, which had been treated as heresy by the Workers' Party in the years prior to her government. So, it's clearly agriculture is a path forward for Brazil. My only concern, though, is that as in my new job over the last 9 months, my job now is to look more at Latin America as a whole. And you hear people talk about Central America, you hear people talk about elsewhere in South America, and everybody seems to embrace agricultural products as the path forward, and that worries me a little bit, because I don't know if that's enough. If everybody's concentrating on that, I don't know if all boats can be lifted in that way. And also, I mean, your question also refers to, or the hope of a recovery for demand globally, and that's sort of beyond my expertise, but I don't hear many rumblings about that.
Great. Questions?
Thank you. Graciana del Castillo at the City University of New York. I was wondering, because you mentioned again the 7.5% growth in 2010, which everybody, particularly journalists, mention. But that's an illusion, because the year before the economy contracted. So on average, that was an unimpressive rate of growth. And if we look for the whole decade, the rates of growth, given the needs in infrastructure and the social needs to keep up with the gains from the last years, Brazil needs a very large rates of growth. In 2010, the investment in terms of GDP was less than 19%. How can an economy grow on a sustained basis with that rate of growth? So my question to you is, during this period, Brazil has deindustrialized, because if you look at the share of industry in exports and in production, it has decreased in favor of natural resource exports. So how do you see the growth going forward? I mean, we know that there is not demand for the amount of commodities that they were exporting. So how do you see the growth going forward?
That's sort of the question that you had, right?
Yeah,
How do we see that?
I think in one word, the answer is productivity. Yeah. I lived in Brazil for 5 years, and I was always impressed by not only the quality of Brazil's professional managers in business, but also just by, there's an entrepreneurial spirit at the street level in Brazil that you don't always feel in Latin America. Some of this really basic stuff. I mean, I don't want to get too basic here, but in Brazil, taxi drivers always give you their business cards. Right? That doesn't happen everywhere. It's a country with a consumer society very similar to that of the United States. And so at the same time, going back to a previous comment I made about fixing the economy not being rocket science, the latest Doing Business rankings by the World Bank put Brazil, I think, somewhere in the 110s out of 180 countries. If you can simplify the tax code, if you can remove some of the red tape, if you can, in certain areas, reduce or streamline the size of the Brazilian state, I think that you could open up the tremendous entrepreneurial energy that is at that country's core. And none of those things are easy. I mean, those are entrenched interests that keep some of that red tape and taxes and other things in place. But to the question of what could be done, where would the growth come from, I think those aren't easy things to do, but they're clear deliverables.
Mm-hmm. You know, just to complement that and talking about sort of the opening of Brazil, when you look at other big economies in Latin America, and particularly Mexico, right, they opened up. But after they opened up, you realized on the micro side that they had a lot of bottlenecks. They had a lot of oligopolies and monopolies. They didn't have this sort of vibrancy that I think you do see in Brazil, right? When you look at different sectors. So Mexico has not grown as fast as people had hoped it would, they had expected. If you disaggregate the growth, the sectors that have grown and where productivity has grown are those that are linked to the international economy and particularly to the United States. The sectors that have not grown in productivity or have fallen behind are those that are not linked. So that opening did help Mexico, and you can kind of imagine the counterfactual. If it hadn't opened up, how bad things would have been. But Brazil doesn't have some of the handicaps on the domestic market side that Mexico does. So I think if they did open up, I think you could see a decent amount of growth in the sort of medium term. But I think your point about, right, it grew 7.5%, but off of a contraction and in an election year when there's sort of money coming into the system and the like. I mean, I think that is the challenge. It's always been, if you balance out those years, in sort of a middle growth, right? So how do you break out of a 2 to 3% growth? How do you grow fast enough to become a rich country, to become an upper income country?
Right, and I want to react to that a bit too. I mean, I do think that there are a lot of countries in the world that in 2010 would have killed for 7.5% growth coming out of the global recession, right? I mean, not just the United States, Western Europe. I mean, those were countries that also saw contractions that were pretty strong, but weren't able to bounce back with that figure. To the longer term point, though, I mean, what will this country be, and what has the effect been of the current crisis? I mean, this will come off as kind of shameless name dropping, but prior to the World Cup in 2014, I helped Pelé write a book that came out right before the Cup, and sort of studied his life and tried to figure out how to work it in with social trends and political trends in Brazil. Well, in the 1940s, when Pelé was a kid, half the country was illiterate. Half the country was malnourished. Half the country suffered from these awful intestinal bugs that were very common back then. And now today we have, literacy is probably somewhere in the literacy is somewhere in the low 90s. You have primary school enrollment that is almost 100%. And the country's really progressed in a lot of ways. You take the long view on Brazil, and the story has always been one of progress. It's just the problem is it's come from an incredibly low base, which is a legacy of slavery and some of the pillars that the country was founded upon. My concern, as somebody who's been following Brazil really closely for the last 10 years, is that I thought, many people, and I assume many people in this room thought, that Brazil had broken through and become something different, and that the trend line, the moving average, to use this statistical term, which maybe had been 2.5% GDP growth a year over the course of 50 years, that something had changed, and now Brazil was going to be a place where that line would sort of do this, and it would grow 4% a year on average, some years more, some years less. The most depressing conclusion for me out of what's happening right now is that, gosh, you know what? Maybe the trend line is still 2%. Yeah. 2% is still, it should aspire to more. I wish it was more. But maybe this is a country that will continue to be what it has been for the last 50 years, which is a place that provides a good but unspectacular growth trend in the long term.
Yeah. Good. Arthur.
Arthur Rubin with SMBC Nikko. Just to follow up on the point you made before about the pervasive interference in the economy by the state, the horrible tax code being a prime example. It takes one of the longest periods of time to comply with the tax regulations anywhere in the world. Do you see amongst the political class in Brasilia a recognition that this mentality that the answer to every problem is more state intervention, more taxes, more state allocation of credit to the economy? Is there recognition that has to change? Do you have optimism that at a fundamental level the leadership gets this and is committed to do something about it?
Do you want to take that first?
You know, I think there are some there. My impression is some in the PSDB.
Depends on who you talk to.
It depends who you talk to, right? I personally don't see the current government having changed much in their view. I mean, I think they're constrained from doing some of these things, and I think even their smaller efforts to put more credit into the economy through the state banks and the like hasn't really been successful. And so but I don't think their sort of fundamental thought underneath has changed significantly. But I do think there are some people who have a different point of view, right? And I think the question, given the current political crisis, is one, who's president come the end of the year? And if it's not Dilma Rousseff, is that person who is president have a different point of view and sort of the way you manage the economy? And do they have a mandate to deal with this? And actually, one thing that I've been watching that worries me a bit about Brazil too is I think there's going to be a moment, and I'm not sure who's going to be president, who's going to be handling this moment, but I think there's going to be a moment in the next several months to year plus when this is really going to matter, because I think there's going to be a moment when there's going to be some reckoning with Petrobras. It is now the most indebted company in the world. There's some challenges it has, and going forward, there may be a moment, I don't know what the exact time frame is, when the state will have to decide how involved it is in the management going forward, in the delevering of Petrobras, however that happens, whether extending maturities, whether some sort of restructuring, however that comes about. What is the state's role? Do they take it all upon themselves and really bring it back into the fold, or do they put some distance, given that it's no longer a state-owned enterprise as such? And I think what the philosophy or the viewpoint of the government, I think that would be a very important sort of turning point. One, for knowing whether people have different views, as you asked, but two, for Brazil's future, right? How do they deal with that particular enterprise, and sort of where do they put the boundaries or not on the role of the state in the broader economy?
Yeah, I mean, to the tax question, for the uninitiated, the World Bank calculates that an average business in Brazil spends 2,600 hours a year calculating what it owes in taxes. That is the most of any country in the world. Last I checked, second place was Bolivia at 900 hours. So, I mean, it is far and away the world's most complex tax code. But, you know, as far as willingness to change it, I mean, again, I spent a lot of time in Brasilia over the last 10 years, and inequality is the central fact of Brazilian life, politically, socially, economically. And the Workers' Party believed, and I still think believes, that the solution to that, the solution to growing and sort of redistributing economic growth, is the way to reduce poverty. And they had people telling them for a long time that they were right. I was at a summit in 2012 when Bill Clinton, Tony Blair, and Fernando Henrique Cardoso were on the stage, and Clinton and Blair said, gosh, we wish that we'd cracked the code on inequality in the way that Brazil has over the last 20 years. So convincing these people that they're wrong is hard. You know, maybe the events of the last 2 years and 3 years have started to change some minds. What typically happens, though, is you don't see a fundamental change in philosophy and policy until new governments come in.
Okay. Time for one more question. Questions? Okay.
I'm David Casablanca with Goldman Sachs. I just had a question in terms of the market obviously thinks that the probability of a change at the presidential level has improved. Equity markets are rebounding a lot in Brazil. Their exchange rates revalued a bit since the end of last week. It seems like there's two paths. Can you discuss a little bit about the two paths of replacing Dilma if that happens? My understanding is if she's removed because of election irregularities, it may result in a new election. If she's removed for other reasons, the vice president may become president. And if you could just talk about those two scenarios and the implications of each, that would be great.
Sure. So there's two options. One of them is simple impeachment, which more or less works the way it does here in the United States. The second one is this process they call cassation, which is where the electoral courts say that the 2014 victory, her reelection was illegitimate, was invalid, and they essentially vacate the election result, and there are new elections within 90 days. In the case of impeachment, potentially Michel Temer, the vice president, would become president. I say potentially, I mean he would. The reason I put the qualifier in there is because there's talk that they might go after him as part of some political process as well. And then under this second option, it's new elections within 90 days. The preferred option of the Brazilian sort of political establishment, I'm talking mostly about people in the opposition, as of recently, the most recent conversations that I've had, is impeachment. And the reason why is because it wouldn't take as long as the electoral court would, and it would also, it could be credibly presented as the will of the people, for lack of a better term, right? If you had 2/3 of the House of Deputies voting to impeach, you could institutionally say, okay, well, this was the will of the legislative branch of government that these guys, that Dilma be removed. If you have a bunch of people in robes do it, it looks less legitimate. And you cannot underestimate, you know, the degree of political engagement in some parts of Brazil is rather low. And you know what, even leaving that aside, for a lot of people, especially poor people who saw their lives improve over the last 10, 15 years, Lula in particular remains the only relevant figure in their lives. He is still the guy who did something for them, who integrated them into the mainstream politics and economy for the first time. And even though it's not him necessarily, it's not him who would be impeached, it would be presented by the Workers' Party as, you know, an elite, essentially a coup. I mean, they're already using this language against everything that the Workers' Party has done over the last 15 years. So that said, the establishment in Brasilia would strongly prefer that impeachment be the course forward, even though it may not be the most probable one at this point.
Well, let me take the opportunity on behalf of Brian and myself to thank our hosts for letting us kick off the panels here. And we both, or at least I, look forward to hearing the rest of the speakers in the following two panels. So thank you very much.
We're ready for you to do. We need 6 though, right? Yes. Okay. One only had 2 out, so we should have had 4 out. Yeah.
Welcome to Foreign Affairs Live. Please take your seats and turn off all cellular phones and personal electronics. Our program will begin shortly.
A note to our clients. I gave a draft to one of our guys there, and I just want to make sure he got it, because it's amazing. The news today is, I mean, with Odebrecht, they'll see you.
Also Esteves potentially.
Huh?
Esteves being implicated again. Now
Hello.
Yeah, and
hello in the background. Could I ask everyone to sit down, please?
if there could be a ministry offered to Lula.
Yeah, no, I think things are happening very quickly.
We have important questions and very little time. What I will start off by doing is introducing all of our speakers. We have Eduardo Valentin here. We have Yoshiaki Nakano, who's right there. We have Alberto
Ramos.
Ramos.
That's right.
Right there. We have Chris Garman, and our last member is Corrado Veroli. What I'm going to do is start by asking some questions and leaving some time at the end for recommendations. Especially since many of the issues have already appeared in the earlier discussion. The one I want to start with is the question of fiscal dominance, simply because in Brazil at the moment you have a federal deficit of the order of magnitude of 10% of GDP. And the question of how one will be able to deal with that issue is a dominant one in a society where the past has always seen an increase in taxes rather than any curbing of expenditure. So I'll start with you.
Okay, well, that's a very easy question. You see a lot of projections in the fiscal deficit, and yes, it's going down, but just marginally. And it's not a question of what to do. I think that Brazil, a lot of Brazilians know what to do. The question is having the political will to do it and do the reforms, and you need a Congress that will support those reforms. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in a perennial deficit of 5 to 8% for years to come and generations to pay for it.
That's very direct.
Yes. I think we was in the age of having fiscal dominance, but I think the central bank changed his mind the last meeting and stopped to increase the interest rate. And the private sector is expecting a downward trend in the interest rate. And as we have a very large foreign reserve, I think it's a big problem, but it's not urgent problem. But what really we need is a very hard fiscal adjustment on side of expenditure. And I think this government will not do this reform because his party is against this. But I see some movement in Congress. If you look at the document that PMDB is the largest party in Brazil, is the vice president party. They released a document proposing a change in constitution and the laws, because in Brazil, only 10% of the government, federal government expenditure is free in the sense that we can control. All other expenditure are linked either to GDP growth or to price index or are fixed by law. So what PMDB is asking is to a devolution of the power to the Congress, decide every year what is the priority, how much to spend. And also there is some project in the Senate which is putting limit to federal government debt size. And the president of the Senate are trying to put this in discussion. So I think that it is emerging a kind of movement which is going to, in the coming years, do important reform in Brazil.
We may not be in the classical definition of fiscal dominance, and fiscal dominance is actually a monetary issue, not a fiscal issue, but this is the dominant issue. We have first to understand what is the nature of the problem. This is not a short-term cyclical problem. This is a structural long-term problem. The problem is not about going from a small deficit to a small surplus. It's to change the medium-term trajectory of spending, particularly mandatory spending. On a current trend, clearly we are facing unsustainable debt dynamics. We have to change the trend at some point. It's not going to be solved with the CPMF tax. It's not going to be solved with the tax package. It's going to be solved with structural reforms that change the upward drift on mandatory spending. But it's also important also to determine what is the magnitude of the adjustment that we need. I would argue that the primary surplus that we need to put the debt dynamics on a converging trajectory is about 3 to 3.5% of GDP. We are now tracking at -1. So we're tracking about a 5% of GDP fiscal adjustment. Will take several years to accomplish. It's incredibly difficult to do that when we are facing a recession of historical proportions that is acquiring characteristics of an economic depression. It's quite difficult to do when the tax burden is already quite high, so you cannot really do the way Mexico did over the last few years, or even Colombia, by increasing the tax burden in order to close the fiscal deficit. Also, let's keep in mind that the baseline, if nothing is done, the passive scenario, the fiscal deficit deteriorates about 0.1 to 0.2% of GDP every year if you do nothing. Part of that is related to the demographic profile and the number of other rules that not only rigidify but tend to increase mandatory spending. So if you take 3 to 5 years to accomplish that, rather than 5, it's going to be 5.5% of GDP. The longer you wait, the more concerning it's going to be. Now, the fiscal dominance issue. We may not have, again, the classical definition where the central bank is monetizing the fiscal deficit, and through that channel, they lose control over price formation, over inflation. But it's conditioning the way monetary policy is being calibrated, and Professor Nakano just mentioned that the central bank hesitated in January, they didn't hike rates. There are very solid arguments where they should not have hiked rates. But the economic contraction, the severity of the recession, certainly contributed for the central bank to be a little bit more cautious in setting policy. And one of the reasons why the economy is performing so badly is because we have seen no tangible progress on fiscal consolidation. Just to end on a somewhat optimistic note, it's incredibly difficult, but it will be done. We don't know exactly how, but nothing lasts forever, right? In a way. The Great Depression in the US also ended, and the recession will end in Brazil. But there is a possibility, a probability that, whose probability has been increasing at the margin, that the adjustment will come via inflation. And that's kind of a junior version of fiscal dominance. If the fiscal authorities, if the authorities in general, if the policymakers in Brazil do not come together and implement the type of measures that are needed to change the medium-term fiscal trajectory, the market will do the adjustment for you. And what I mean by that is that what we're seeing is a very difficult macroeconomic adjustment. This may morph and mutate into a macroeconomic crisis, a macroeconomic and financial crisis. And that's further leg down on confidence, capital outflows, loss of reserves, emergency interest rate hikes, and inflation, if it goes, if it accelerates from already high level, it's tracking at 10.4, according to the number that was released 1 hour ago. If you let inflation run for 10, 12% for 2 or 3 years, you have your fiscal adjustment. It's iniquitous, it's socially regressive. No one in their sane mind will advocate an adjustment through inflation, but it is adjustment because you collect the inflation tax. Your tax base is perfectly indexed, instantaneously indexed, to inflation. So you collect your tax to nominal tax base of the economy. You collect the more taxes. And because of the rigidity that you have on spending, which you cannot legislate down, inflation does that for you. It erodes the real value of the spending commitments. Again, nobody would advocate, but that could be the default solution. If the fiscal measures that are needed to change the medium-term fiscal trajectory are not approved, inflation will do the job for you.
Right. Now listen, I think that it's an appropriate first question to begin the conversation of this panel because, I think that on the one hand, as a political scientist, I look at, the deepening crisis that we're likely to face this year. I am convinced that that out of this crisis, we will come to a political equilibrium that will start to address some of the country's kind of economic challenges and reforms that are needed. The bad news, however, is that the size of the crisis is rooted in a structural fiscal imbalance whose solution will not be easy, it will be arduous, and it will take a long time. And Brasilia does not have the sensibility over the size of the challenge before them. And this is after speaking with a number of senators, even in the opposition and the PMDB 2 weeks ago, as I did the rounds. I think that the first component of this, I think Alberto kind of, and Professor Nakano highlighted, pretty well. I think it's just important to remind the audience here that part of what's going on in Brazil is this structural imbalance coming to a root. Close to 90% of Brazilian expenditures are constitutionally mandated. They have automatic kind of readjustment rules that means that they're growing on a real basis, on a yearly basis. Government spending as a share of GDP has been growing incrementally over the past 15 years. And revenue as a share of GDP has also been growing in order to be able to keep up with that rising expenditure. So what we're seeing now is really the combination of some fiscal irresponsibility of the last mandate with revenue dropping tremendously given the recession. And as you say in Brazil, you have the alligator's mouth opening up. And what we need is a fiscal adjustment of the magnitude of 5 percentage points of GDP when a lot of the expenditures are constitutionally mandated. This is extraordinarily hard to do, right? The nature of the adjustment that Brazil needs to do today is much more difficult politically than the type of adjustments that were necessary back in 2002, 2003 in a global context whose backdrop is not favorable, right? And so I think that, in speaking with legislators, there are starting to have a debate over the types of reforms, the PMDB, the PSDB, they're talking about the need for pension reform. But really the size of the fiscal crisis could even be larger than most appreciate. And we have a couple shoes to drop, which is Petrobras, potentially needed capitalization. There's chatter of a potential capitalization of the National Federal Savings Bank. There's a serious crisis of state and local governments that may need additional help. That could add, a number of percentage points of GDP to a rising stock. So in other words, this crisis is significant. And politically, why do I think that this is going to take a while? First is, we at Eurasia Group, we spend a lot of time trying to handicap whether the president's going to survive or not survive. We don't think she will. But you have to think about the day after, right? If we have a scenario where the vice president assumes office, let's remember that what's driving all this is a massive corruption probe that is threatening the political class. Everyone is talking now. Major construction companies, senators of leniency agreements, plea bargains, and that could enswirl as well centrist parties in Congress. And so it's not very clear to us that at least the roots of the governability crisis will necessarily be over if you have the vice president assuming office, right? Number one. And number two, let's remember that Brazilian political system is characterized by multiple veto players. This is a highly decentralized political structure where governors have a lot of power, you have multiple political parties. It's very difficult to do reforms. Brazil in the 1980s, 90s was always the late reformer, and not coincidentally, which means that the possibility of having a big bang reformist push where you tackle these fiscal imbalances quickly, I think is pretty low. I think we will be headed on the right path, but it will be a long and painful and arduous one.
Well, I think it's, a lot of things have been said. I think the reality is that it's just not going to happen. I mean, we know how difficult it is in a democracy, and look at this country, to lower expenses. And there is absolutely nothing in Brazil nowadays that would lead to that, to that conclusion that it's going to happen. So we need a different solution. I mean, this is not, if the expectation is that that's going to happen in the next 12 months, this government or the next government, I think we're out of luck. So I think what we can hope for is some sort of leadership, not likely in this government, but maybe in a following government, which could happen, hopefully quickly, but maybe not until, the next 2 years. Some sort of leadership that will set a framework for the country to grow again. And inflation will be part of this. Inflation, I think Alberto was right, inflation will come back, inflation will be part of it. And maybe the balance of payment will be fixed through an adjustment of inflation. But I think what we can hope for is this is a country that depends on political leadership. I mean, the private sector is linked to the public sector. And this kind of corruption that we have right now is the worst that could happen to a country like Brazil at this stage of development, because this basically paralyzes, decision making, even in the private sector. So we're not seeing any sort of willingness from private companies, whether they're involved in the Lava Jato or not, to make any decisions to invest in their own country. So I think what we need to look for is not so much a government deciding to lower expenses, but some sort of leadership in the government, which, again, not likely to happen anytime soon, that will stimulate the private sector to enter into partnerships again with the government to let the country grow again.
Well, thank you all. As you will note, there's a little diversity among the members. I think the lesson that comes out is that this is a problem that has its origins 20 years ago. And the great difference was the ability of Cardoso to increase taxes, as he in fact did, without creating a tremendous stir. But even then, there was a problem associated with it. What I'd like to ask now, and we can start at the other end, is about the savings problem. Brazil now saves 14% of GDP. It is one of the lowest savings rates in the world. How is a country going to be able to develop with a very low savings rate?
Clearly, that's concerning, and that's a big change in Brazil over the last 20 years. I think if you look at the benchmarks, the measures of household debt, people think it's low by global standards, which it is. But we know the cost of debt is very high. So when you look at the low saving rates and the high cost of carrying household debts, it is quite concerning. We know that Brazil, to grow, needs investments. And it is clear that the investments will need to come from outside of the country. So the country needs to readjust its boundaries, its rules, to be able to attract again investments from the outside. That's the only way that the country is going to be able to grow. And on the positive side, and I tend to be optimistic on Brazil, is that if you take out the political ambiguities and the corruption scandals, and you look at Brazil from a different optics, then you see a lot of investment opportunities. I mean, let's not forget that a few years ago, people were very excited about Brazil, and it's not because of the political system was fantastic. It's because there are some real investment opportunities. So I think if the country, it's hard to change the savings rate, it's hard to change the deficit, but I think if the country readjusts the rules and fixes the political and the corruption scandals, I think the money will start flowing again, and that's how Brazil will going to grow. That's I think the way out of this. And by the way, I agree with some of the comments that were made before, that a change in government will not immediately cause this. I mean, there is a lot more that needs to happen. I mean, there'll be an initial enthusiasm, but a lot of work needs to happen so that the investments will start coming back in.
Well, I'll keep my comment short, since I'm one of the political scientists in the panel in terms of kind of how we think about the rate of savings and potential growth rate in Brazil. Although I would just say that and some of the factors that lead to a higher personal savings rate, or two big buckets are: you want to save for retirement, you want to save for education and college for your children. And I would say that in Brazil, so the drivers for some of these buckets also require reforms. Brazil is still a system where you have at least federal public universities that are free. Right? And that is a indirect transfer of wealth to upper income middle class families who can afford private primary and secondary education. We also have a very generous, at least pension rules and retirement benefits still for public sector workers, but also creates disincentives for savings, right? So I think that part of the reforms that you need to tackle to be able to potentially increase savings rates are politically quite contentious. And so really what we're seeing is that Brazil was able to get away with some of the inefficiencies that began 20 years ago, some of these constitutionally mandated benefits, that this was papered over by the high commodity cycle. Those trade-offs did not rear their ugly head. Now they're rearing their ugly head, and the nature and size and scope of the reforms are going to have to be tackled. I think that they will be tackled, but it will take successive governments and not just one.
I mean, it is a key issue. Is one of those issues that have been long identified. Have been the perennial impediments to growth. Brazil doesn't save enough, doesn't invest enough, has a high and distortionate tax burden, low levels of human capital, inadequate levels of physical capital. Those are like the 5 main things that explain why productivity growth and potential GDP is quite limited. Why is this important? It is important if you look at a country that every time it tries to grow above 2.5%, 3%, generates a current account deficit of 3% of GDP or larger. As you know, the current account deficit is basically importing savings. Is by definition the difference between savings minus investment. Someone mentioned in the previous panel, how can you hope to grow at decent levels that empower people and enfranchise people when you only invest 18% of GDP? You can't, right? Or if you can it for a while and you generate inflationary pressures, and after that, populist experiment usually comes adjustment. We even look at the current account dynamics, which was a major source of concern in the market a couple of years ago. Now it's finally moving to much more moderate levels, but that's because of the repression of imports. Imports at the margin are contracting more than 35%, imports of capital goods more than 50%. It's a reflection of the economic depression, and that's, we should actually be talking about the current account surplus. Were it not for the very low savings rate, we should be talking about current account surplus. We actually studied that quite extensively, and the main driver of the deterioration of the current account was the drop in public sector savings. The private sector, particularly the households, they don't save as much as what is the pattern in terms of international standards. The private corporate sector does. Part of that may be a reflection of the very high domestic interest rates. The public sector has been de-saving for an entire decade. So part of the fiscal adjustment, it's not only an inflationary problem, it's also a current account and external accounts type of problem. The public sector needs to increase their own domestic savings rate. And I completely endorse the comments of Chris. Part of the reason why the savings rate is also so low, even after factoring in the level of development and income of Brazil, is related to a very extensive social safety net. Brazil is a much, much younger country than Germany, and yet spends more on pensions than Germany. So this very generous social security, I have nothing against the social safety net, but some of that is more a privilege than really social protection, is also is a key incentive also to justify why the savings rate is so low. So that's one of the key areas, structural one, that we need to address in order to elevate potential GDP and to be able to deliver high growth rates with stable prices and stable external accounts.
Yes, I agree with Roberto. The main problem in Brazil is that the government has negative saving, very high tax burden. Tax burden is like Germany and England, and very low saving rate. And the reason we know that there was very strong expansion in the social expenditure. But one thing that people talk little, but the movement in the street from 2013 are putting in the agenda is that the government sector in Brazil is very, very inefficient. The average wage of public sector worker is 3 times as compared to private sector. If you discount for education, etc., you have at least 2.5 times higher than the private sector. If you make some reforms, integrate the labor market, the private public sector, I think you can have a huge saving. And the other problems that I see in Brazil is that interest rate in Brazil is very high. And the cost of capital, average cost of capital in last 3 years is more than 15%, including the subsidy of the government through BNDES. And average return is about 7% in these 3 years. This reflected in the last few years, saving rate of the corporate sector also fell down. Actually, years before, the private sector was over-saving. The saving rate, the profit, retained profit was much larger than investment. And we have a very low incentive to invest because the rate of return in the private sector is very low. Because we have a very high interest rate, very high tax burden, and always overvalued exchange rate. And this, I think, is another important fact which reduces the saving rate in Brazil. Because if you overvalue the exchange rate, we are always penalizing the industrial sector. And somehow, with very high interest rates, transferring income to financial sector. And as exchange rate is overvalued, price of the industrial sector is decreased, in the service sector is increased. And the service sector increased a lot the wage rate in Brazil. So the cost of labor in dollar in the industrial sector went up. This was another reason why saving rate is decreasing, is so low in Brazil. So I think there is many components. But anyway, I think we have to start with reform of the government sector.
Well, I think almost everything has been covered, so it's little to say. I would add a couple of things coming from a development institution that would take a much longer view of things, not as long as Keynes, but at least long enough. We're optimistic that eventually Brazil, yes, will become stronger, will come out stronger eventually at some point. One of the concerns that we do have is on the education front, precisely what you mentioned, with the middle and lower classes that have built some expectations of going to private universities because in general they don't meet the standards to go to public universities and they have to pay for that education. And now with the crisis and seeing your salary's gone or your job's gone, you're gonna have to let go of that opportunity and have some generational losses maybe for some people as they cannot afford the education. The other part that we see as a mixed signal is foreign direct investment. On one hand, it has been traditionally very high compared to the rest of Latin America, both in terms of volume as well as percentage of GDP. And yes, in the last 2 years, it has been dropping. Still, the levels are higher than most, if not all, of the other Latin American countries. And greenfield investments continue to be at around $15 to $17 billion per year out of the 60 or 50 plus billion dollars that are coming from foreign direct investment. We still see some demand for projects that are still creating jobs, not as much as before. So as you say, there's still opportunities in Brazil. Some people are looking at those opportunities, identifying them, and moving on them. Yes, much, much less than before, no doubt about it.
Well, thank you for being so brief. Now you get a chance to respond to a difficult one. Brazil's income distribution still remains one of the worst in the world, in spite of the substantial improvement that has occurred over the course of the last years and the rise of 40 million people to the lower middle class. We're talking about more savings coming from corporations which earn higher profits. Is there a way of resolving the economic problems that will not confront the social problem connected with the income distribution?
Short answer. Brazil is in a very interesting neighborhood because actually Latin America from the way we see it, it's not the poorest region in the world by far, but it's the most unequal region in the world. So inequality across Latin America is very persistent, very profound. So not to give some comfort to Brazil, but a lot of other countries in Latin America as well have very bad income distribution. To improve income distribution in a sustainable way, you need growth. There's no other way. You cannot do it without growth. You can maybe do it in 1 or 2 shots, but that's going to be temporary if you don't have sustainable growth. And as the other things that we spoke before, if you don't have a political agreement or political will to do it, which right now it's very tough in Brazil, it's going to be difficult to reach those growth rates that will allow you to grow the pie and distribute it even further. At the same time, as part of the maybe movements that we saw in 2013 is, as the emerging middle class came up, and they start seeing, when one from the outside looks, okay, they were just raising the bus tariffs by a little bit, why people became so upset about it? And it was more like, we gain all these things, and now you want to take them away? No way, Jose, we're not going to allow for that. And that's what people are saying and feeling, we've been coming up from a situation of poverty, we don't want to go back to that, and we want to sustain getting our benefits, and we're willing to make our part. And this is the social contract that at some point you will need to maybe get into Brazil with the new government or this government if they can be able to create that alliance, which I think it's quite a challenge.
Yes, I think Brazil have a very important demographic change. And the labor market in Brazil started to change a lot from 2003 or 2004. And by last year, we could say that we have a full employment, almost a full employment. And I think this is the main factor behind all this redistribution of income. The contribution of the government expenditure is only part of this process, the small part. So I think the main adjustment, main change in income distribution is coming from labor market. We are going to have some problem now because unemployment is increasing very fast. I think it will increase this year and next year. But when we resume the process of growth, I think the labor market can resolve this problem, increasing the productivity. The big problem is that to increase productivity, Brazil has to industrialize again, because in last 30 years, the participation from manufacturing industry fell a lot. From 35% of GDP, we are now less than 10% of GDP. This was provoked especially because we have a permanent tendency to exchange rate to overvalue it, and imports get increased a lot. And and also I think government made a big mistake, especially Dilma government, trying to increase the rate of growth, expanding the public expenditure, subsidies, and the tax exemption, which resulted in a big public deficit and the loss of control for increasing debt. This is the big crisis, and we think that I think that we are in a kind of deadlock. Either we will resolve this problem, otherwise we will stay where we are, and the unemployment will increase and the things are worsening. And I think that we don't have any political leadership now, but in the midst of this crisis, I think they, in the Congress, they will form a kind of a coalition. What we call, for instance, when we have the 1988 Constitution Centrão, is a political establishment that comes to some agreement. And the biggest issue to have these agreements is the problem of election from 2018 for presidency. And all these people, all this political establishment, supported by the business sector, don't want Lula anymore. So they have to put either Lula in jail or they put out of cost of election. if this happened, I think there will be an agreement. So I hope that this agreement will come in the turn of the year, because if they do the impeachment of Dilma this year, we will have to have a new election. If this happens January 1st, Michel Temer, the vice president, will assume the presidency, and he will have 2.5 years. And I think that is undergoing a negotiation of this kind, that Michel Temer can have 2 years, and many of important reforms that will take out Brazil of this impasse, of this deadlock, will happen in next year.
I mean, it is a key issue. It should always be at the top of the agenda rather than fiscal dominance. Perhaps we should talk about social dominance of policy. Someone mentioned in the previous panel that the administration thought they had cracked the code in terms of social progress. And in a way, it's a difficult problem to solve, but the solution is not that difficult. It's about growth, employment, and opportunity. And basically, it's that. The question, how do you get it, right? You have to act on the variables that make the economies more flexible, more productive, that attract investment. Again, it's simple, difficult, but it's simple. The recipe is like, we don't need to spend hours debating how do countries become less unequal, how social enfranchisement is delivered. But what we have seen, I don't think they have cracked the code. I think they were quite mistaken. And what is happening right now is altogether not surprising at all. That's what comes at the end of a populist experiment. And populism always starts with a artificial sense of enfranchisement, of social progress, growth accelerates through mechanisms that are unsustainable. What does that mean? They are unsustainable because this is like a David Copperfield trick. It's above and beyond what is the productivity envelope of the economy, the capacity for you to produce goods and services. So for a while, you're able to accelerate growth, and then the country becomes uncompetitive, and then the fiscal starts to erode, and the external accounts as well, and inflation starts to pop up. So what comes after populism is adjustment. Adjustment means what? Unfortunately, means a recession, means higher unemployment. That's how the country regains its competitive edge. That's how you conquer inflation. And eventually that also could be the trigger for some sort of fiscal consolidation. So part of that social progress that we have seen over the last decade, unfortunately, we're going to give it back, because it was delivered through mechanisms that were not sustainable over time. But I think it is a key issue, and should always be on the top of our minds and the policymakers. But the solution to it is not through populist use of public banks, or it can lead to misallocation of capital, or through the budget. In the budget, in the end, is either taxes today or taxes tomorrow, right? The taxpayer, the average taxpayer, is going to pay for it. So it ends up through that channel actually being socially regressive rather than socially progressive.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is that I think the question is a very important one, and it highlights that, at least from a public opinion point of view, that this crisis is likely to have 2 phases. The first phase of the crisis is what we saw last year, which you can broadly characterize as a frustration of recently enfranchised expectations, right? And what we had in Brazil and many emerging markets is this inordinate rise of a middle class. We know the story. You do public opinion research on that, and what you find is that the issues that the median voter cared about shifted during this period. It was no longer about delivering jobs and income. Families came out of poverty into the middle class. They wanted more. They want better education for their kids. They want better health care for their families. They can buy things. Security becomes more of an issue. And so that was what the 2014 presidential election was about. Dilma and the PT said, we deliver jobs and income. Who do you trust to take the next step and deliver on the quality of public services, these new aspirations? So the dramatic drop that we saw in Rousseff's approval ratings last year was less about economic contraction, but about a frustration of these expectations and, oh my God, these things that I want, I'm not going to get, right? The story that we're going to get over the next 2 years is, oh my God, what I got, I'm going to lose. And because there is a lag in terms of the recession and rising unemployment, drop in disposable income, and all the reforms that we're talking about of tackling these deep structural imbalances go to reducing some of these benefits, right? So this is not an easy task. And by the way, what do new middle classes want? They want better public services. When politicians read that, better public services is more spending. Okay? So there's a mismatch between kind of, recently enfranchised middle class demands and the requisites of adjustment that we need to do at the end of a populist experiment, right? So this is going to be a tough road ahead. Now, does that mean it won't be done? Are we going to have new versions of populism emerging to deliver to disgruntled lower middle class and in the context of rising unemployment? I don't think so. Because the opportunity cost of you going down that path are also disastrous. It's just, we're in a spiraling debt dynamics. It means high inflation. That's the only way you can live with that. It means at the extreme, even talking about the potential for default. So I don't think that the political class will go down that path. I think that the opportunity costs are too large. And so I think we will move to constructive reforms and policies, but I would say that dealing with frustrated middle class expectations and dealing with rising income inequality and the nature of the economic pain that is still to come, right? The worst is not here yet from a public opinion and political point of view, right? That's kind of why I think it's going to be a long and arduous path, even though I think Brazil has shown repeatedly over its history that as economic and political constraints tighten, that the reaction function tends to be constructive. It tends to be constructive, and I think it'll be the case going forward.
Just a couple of things to add. I would say that this is the critical benchmark for Brazil. If you think of the crime rates, if you think about the social issues that Brazil has, the only way that's going to solve them if the middle class does rise, which has not happened. I mean, if you look at any statistics given by the government, what's happened is that the definition of the middle class is such that it's not a middle class. So it really hasn't happened at all. I think to give credit where credit is due, I think the first government of Lula was effective in raising the people out of poverty. I think we can give them that credit. I think that needed probably a government, a policy for that, and I think it was effective at that. But it was clearly not effective at creating the middle class, and it hasn't happened. And my concern, this is one area of concern because I think. I'm not sure the education system is there to do this. And when I look at these statistics exactly on manufacturing, I don't know how a country that is trying to develops with manufacturing being less than 10% of GDP. I cannot see services, tourism being a way for the middle class to rise. So I think this is the biggest challenge that Brazil has.
Well, I'll give my optimistic statement at the end and open it to questions at this time. Yes. Please give your name.
My name is Ben Tano from Mizuho Bank. One of a lot of the statements revolved around the difficulties with the government actually being able to form coalitions to accomplish these drastic changes that need to occur. And I believe Alberto mentioned that kind of the do-nothing scenario results in a lot of things being fixed by inflation eventually. And I was curious about how that's going to happen when there's so much indexing in prices and to inflation. Is the view that there would be some sort of disconnect with the major indices that they use, or is it just that maybe the people that are indexed are going to be great, and the people who aren't indexed are going to suffer, and the inequality will increase even more?
In terms of inflation as an instrument of fiscal adjustment, on the revenue side, you affect the transaction at a higher price, you immediately collect the tax, you collect inflation tax. So I would say that close to 100% of the revenue is indexed to inflation. There's a lot of indexation on the spending side. It's a lot more pervasive than in many other countries, but it's not 100%, it's not perfect, and it's lagged by at least 12 months, right? You update the minimum wage and many other things on a cycle of about 12 months. And this is not immutable laws of nature. There is nothing that says that the minimum wage should be indexed to backward inflation, and there is nothing that says that the minimum pension payment should grow the same as the minimum wage. And many other social transfers in the budget and transfers that are not social are also indexed to the minimum wage. So this could be an opportunity, also to break those indexation rules which perpetuate the memory of inflation. So indexation, that part of that broader narrative, just makes inflation as less of an efficient instrument to deliver a fiscal adjustment. Therefore, maybe you need a bigger surge in inflation to deliver what is needed, not necessarily that this instrument does not work. Unfortunately, that's the case, for instance, like in Argentina and many others. Inflation, or in Venezuela, will be a much, much more powerful instrument of delivering the required fiscal adjustment. Here, because of the indexation mechanism, the rigidity in the budget, will be more difficult, but that's also like a flag out there that how important it would be to, for instance, bring the links of the minimum wage to past inflation and many other social transfers to past inflation as well.
Yes.
Hello, I've introduced myself as Jean Argos from Tigris Financial. I also teach at NYU. This question was from Mr. Garman. I was recently speaking to a company which defines itself as not one of your competitors or maybe complements. They said they've had an incredible amount of inquiries now, companies wanting to operate in Brazil, and they're asking them to do social audits, due diligence audits around social risk. Have you seen this? I mean, do you think there's a real risk here from the social risk point of view of either violence, for example, these demonstrations are coming up, a breakdown even in selected areas of some sort of law and order or not? Because obviously, if you have a situation in which income inequalities are scheduled to rise, and I think a big point I think has been made by this conference has been the difference between growth and development. The GDP can grow. What is actually happening to the people who are propelling it? Do you see this as a concrete risk, and have you been receiving these inquiries shifting from an economic appraisal to a social risk appraisal?
Yeah. No, thank you for the question. I mean, what I would say is that in the near term, yes, I think that there is a concern and a real risk of having social tension arising, particularly around the highly polarized environment that we're going to see over the next couple months that flows from the temporary detention of ex-President Lula. Because, let's not kid ourselves that, the ex-President Lula, he has been a dominant figure in Brazil's political landscape. He still holds 20-30% of support in the population. As he is coming under criminal investigation, his political strategy for survival is to call the militant base of the PT to the streets and characterize these investigations as an elite conservative conspiracy against organized labor, against a party that defends the rights of the poor, and against his bid in 2018. He needs to politicize these investigations. And the PT, and he does it very effectively, calling in his personal history. So he's calling the PT to the streets to defend him. And the pro-impeachment movement sees everything that happened as an opportunity to be able to gain more momentum and try to be able to bring the president down. There's a issue of social tension this weekend. There is a pro-impeachment rally planned on the 13th, and the forces defending the PT and Lula are saying, well, maybe we should go on the same day. The presidential palace is worried about this. Their governor of São Paulo and other states are trying to figure out if they can keep the two separate. So in this highly polarized environment, can we see some tensions and clashes in the streets? Yes, absolutely. I think that tends to be a process delimited more to how long or if and when the president falls over the course of this year. Your question is a bit more structural. Are we headed towards a period of kind of unbridled social tension associated with rising unemployment and increasing inequality issues? Here I would say that our concerns are a little bit less acute, in part because of the size of the social safety net in Brazil. Right? You go on unemployment, you get unemployment benefits for 6 months, you get a minimum wage, right? So I think that given the size of the social safety net, the kind of bottom-up social instability, I think, is less of a risk. I think some of our clients are beginning to ask a bit that question, but it's not really a dominant one, I would say. for companies as they're operating in Brazil.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Frank Wharton. I'm an attorney in New York and also of Trinidad and Tobago. And I've come to observe that out of the discussions, both by way of the first panel as well as this panel, it seems that Brazil, perhaps like many other emerging economies, have gone down the path of looking to make right corruption and the other governmental type of inconsistencies and undesirables. And in doing so, has really missed the real opportunity, it seems to me, to prepare for the next cycle of what many call growth, GDP, whatever that is comprised of. In the instance of Brazil, because of its history, and because of the fragmentation that this panel has, in fact, acutely directed itself to, it appears now that the problems have become so much more aggrandized that it'll be awfully difficult to refocus in a more optimistic way towards the economy being able to recover to whatever degree as a result of the difficulties that the panel has identified in terms of impeachment, corruption, and all the other social aspects. So it seems to me that what ought to be done now by Brazil is to, in a very forceful way, perhaps by way of a lot of public attention to it, try to refocus the attention towards economic growth, growth in GDP, growth in saving, and some type of establishment of promise and hope to that class that was initially by President Lula lifted a bit, give them promise once more that they could be lifted further. Thank you.
Just one, I'll make a quick comment, I'll turn it over to you, but I think we should, let's not forget that Brazil has come through a lot. If you look back, it's hard to judge a country, a developing country, from one year to the next. I think if you look at the last 20 years, 30 years, this country has had some remarkable changes. And I think when you look at what's going on now, you can take a very optimistic view of this. I mean, how many countries would actually go through this process? And so what Brazil is proving that they've created very strong independent institutions, free press, independent press. What is missing now to go forward is leadership. I mean, we can say a lot of things about Lula, but he was a leader. He galvanized the country. Fernando Henrique Cardoso was a leader, obviously. There is no one that is emerging, not in the public sector, not in the private sector, to lead the country forward. So I think that's the biggest issue. And until this crisis, political crisis, is resolved, which means, and by the way, the social movement is not going to stop. I mean, the positive side of the social movement, they want to see this to the end. They want to see the people go to jail. So this is the positive aspect as well. So I think we are in for a lot of confusion, even if there is an impeachment for the next few years. But that leadership will emerge, and eventually the country will find its right direction. And I think long term, Brazil is a country that will grow at 4% plus a year. I'm optimistic on that.
Yeah. I just want to take the opportunity as well to just address your question and maybe put a little bit of the, at least what are some of the bullish points that I see in Brazil going forward, particularly when we look in Brazil in comparison to other emerging markets. I mean, listen, I don't think it's a coincidence that we're seeing corruption scandals pop up all over the place, in Latin America and other emerging markets, in Turkey, in Nigeria, in Indonesia. All the reforms are being done out of corruption, at least corruption scandals in China. And the fact is that we've gone through an extraordinary enrichment cycle in the public and the private sector over the past 15 years. It was almost a positive shock of resources. The opportunity for illicit transactions grew inordinately across the emerging markets over the past 15 years. The difference is that Brazil has highly independent legal and investigatory institutions in a constitutionally independent federal prosecutor's office, a highly independent judiciary, and recent legal instruments that make all this possible, right? So I think that this is a strength. The size of the political crisis is a function of the strength of legal institutions, which the next panel will be able to address. And second, there are green shoots, right? And I think that Professor Nakano talked about this. It is meaningful that the play that the Vice President, Michel Temer, is making to make himself a credible alternative to a crisis like this is to put forth a document that lists all the structural economic reforms that the country needs to tackle. It is meaningful that the President of the Senate, Renan Calheiros, also is trying to endorse a more market-friendly reform agenda. It is meaningful that even President Rousseff, as she faces all these difficulties, and she got rid of Joaquin Levy at the Ministry of Finance, what does her new Minister of Finance do? He puts pension reform on the table, right? So these are signs of moderation of the political class, that at least the issues are starting to be debated. What we talked about here is essentially that the political paralysis and crisis has more legs, that the social crisis has more legs, and that the ability to tackle them will take a while, but at least the reaction function will be constructive. I would say that in other emerging markets, this decline of a political supercycle will take longer, but the good news for Brazil is that the turnaround will also be quicker, precisely because the crisis is much larger in comparison to their peers.
Why don't we follow up so that everyone can talk a little bit about the future? And in talking about the future, one of the things that we have to remember is that the GDP of Brazil per capita will, in the year 2020, be about equal to what it was in 2010. So that whatever happens will be a lost decade. And the real question is whether in the midst of this, the leadership can be found to reconstruct an economy which cannot simply expand the public sector in response to all of the crises that occur. Albert.
I mean, it's a very interesting question. We have been arguing exactly along those points when we talk about the lost decade of the 80s, which actually is not a decade, it's a period of 12 years. Yeah. It goes from 81 to 92. During that period, it was lost because GDP per capita, cumulative over those 12 years, declined by 7.6%. Over 12 years, GDP per capita, which is a measure associated with growth and development, all those things, declined by 7.6. By the end of the first quarter, when the numbers will be published, this recession will be 2 years long, and GDP per capita will have contracted by close to 10%. So in just 3 years, we have a lost decade or lost 12 years. That shows you the severity of what's going. But again, you go back to, will new leadership emerge? I don't know, hopefully. We could go back, we could go down the path of Venezuela. I don't think we will. Or we could finally this be one of these catalysts that we are now discussing. The discussion is in a very different place. We're talking about the Social Security reform. The government has talked about it, has not yet presented anything.
That's right. And they will probably delay it.
That's right, they'll probably delay it. But at least we're starting to identify what are the key issues that have not changed over the last 20 years. I mentioned, on the previous panel mentioned as well, Brazil is extraordinarily close to trade, so perhaps like an agenda which furthers further commercial integration, globally would be something that needs to be done. The savings rate, the investments rate, education, the infrastructure, fiscal discipline. So finally, the discussion is that those core issues that was forgotten over an entire decade, it was extraordinarily positive for Brazil. What happened over the 10 years up to 2011 was basically fiscal expansion, credit expansion, and a lot of luck. Commodity prices went up more than 3 times. That generated a very positive wealth effect through the current account, and that wealth effect allowed the country to grow and develop. But even during those golden years, if you want to call it, GDP per capita actually grew less than 2% a year. It's not really an extraordinary boom of growth during that period. But if we now focus on the need to maintain low and stable inflation, observe the rules of fiscal discipline, make sure that you have a friendly investment environment that creates jobs and opportunity, good things will happen. Will we have the leadership that is required to promote all that? Hopefully, but we cannot tell for sure that will be the case.
Moshe?
Yeah. In long term, I am very optimistic about Brazil because we talk a lot about crisis, but really what we are living now is a kind of many deadlocks on economic side and the political side. When we are on deadlock, you have to take a decision. Now the political force does not allow the decision, because in Brazil we have a very peculiar presidentialism, and I would say that Brazilian kind of presidentialism is in crisis, is in it's reached its limit, because the president in Brazil, to have majority in the Congress, he has to negotiate with many parties. And the way that they used to negotiate was bargaining ministries and many state corporations. And this created a huge network of corruption. And the Labour Party was not able to do kind of coalition that President Henrique Cardoso was able and Lula was able. And now they try to use the corruption as an instrument to control the Congress. And the all Brazilian people now is moving against this kind of corruption. They're against this, and I think this political crisis will be solved only if the corruption are controlled. And paradoxically, the state apparatus in Brazil is very undeveloped. Was not modernized in last year, but some segment was very well professionalized. And if you look at what's happening in Brazil, is that now we have many institutions like Polícia Federal, Federal Police, prosecutor, Court of Accounting, and the many other institutions are now much more strong and independent. And they are trying to impose in Brazil the rule of law. And the Dilma impeachment actually started because she did not follow some very simple laws, accounting laws in Brazil. And the people understand that they did not obey the constitution laws. So the movement that we have in Brazil is to establish the rule of the law, the constitution to be valid, and that everyone has to obey the law, even Lula, the ex-president. And I think it is a very important movement in Brazil. And so what I can say is that these deadlocks are strengthening the institution, democratic institution in Brazil. As we are in deadlock when this Dilma is taking off the office, I think there was some kind of agreement. I think we will not have any more kind of political leadership that we had in Brazil. Some charismatic leader like Getúlio Vargas, Juscelino, or other. But I think we have a political establishment that will come to some kind of agreement to make the reforms necessary to take out the limits of process of growth. And the limits are very clear. It's simple. The interest rate in Brazil is the highest in the world for many, many, many years, since the beginning of the 90s. Brazil public sector expenditure and interest was last year 6.1% of GDP. The average expenditure of emerging countries, excluding Brazil, was 2.5%. Country which has an expenditure of 6.1% of just of interest rate on debt cannot grow. This is one of the biggest problems. As interest is very high, we have a tendency to exchange rate to overvalue it all the time. Now, last 2 years, we have a devaluation because the confidence in public sector went down. The Brazil risk is increasing, and we have a lot of strong devaluation. And the only sector which are recovered in Brazil is sector which are exporting or are substituting imports. And this is the hope that way that the Brazil can come out of this crisis in next coming years. With a devaluation last year for more than 40% of real exchange rate, many multinational corporations and national corporations that use the export is increasing their export because domestic market is shrinking, and import fell down more than 20% in Brazil. So I think next year our current account will be balanced. So from the external side, everything is going, I think, well. And the political problem, I think, will be solved in the turn of the year. I hope that we will have some solution. Because if we don't have a solution, the economic problem can become worse and worse. And I think also what we have now in Brazil is the inflation is changing its nature. The inflation in Brazil is become much more inertial in the sense that it depends on the past price. Every sector, every businessman are adjusting their price, let us say in 10%, because the past 12 months inflation were more than 10%. And so the central bank policy or the controlling aggregate demand has very little effect now in Brazil from last three years. So more and more inflation depends on people think that there are the average inflation in the country. And so it can go up and down. So somehow government is losing completely. The central bank is losing the control of the inflation in Brazil. And the middle class, the average population in Brazil, don't like inflation. We have a lot of experience of very high hyperinflation, and no one wants inflation in Brazil. And this is another problem that we have to face in a few months.
Mindful of the time, I'm going to be quite short. Is Brazil going to be better in 2 years? Come back in 2 years, I'll let you know, because right now it all depends how these deadlocks are being unlocked. I think it's a very tough question to answer. Is it going to be better by 2020? My bet is yes. It's going to be better, most likely. I would put it on that than today, not 5 years ago. I think that eventually Brazil will come out better, precisely for a lot of the reasons that we explained here, especially on the institutions. Look around the neighborhood, and you can see that Brazil, in that respect, is among the leaders in Latin America, to be honest. The export sector is someone that we shouldn't be taken lightly. Brazil is a top exporter, among one of the top three in many, many areas, primarily commodities and agricultural goods, etc., but also in some manufacturing. So the capacity is there, the labor is there, you need some flexibility, and you need better infrastructure to be able to export. That's undoubtedly. You see very long lines still in Santos ports and other ports. But they're moving in that front, to give credit to Brazil, as the last panel was talking about concessions. If you take away the railroads, the rest of the concessions have advanced pretty decently. They're not that bad. People who have traveled to Brazil and see the airports, you can see them there. If you go to the roads, you see the change in the last 10 years. That's important. And even some of the concessions are going out to public hospitals and public schools, which is also having a quite positive effect. That will have a lasting effect on the new generations as well. So from that angle, that's why we believe that, yes, Brazil in the long term, it's a good story. It's going to go through an adjustment period that's going to continue to be tough, at least for the next 12, 18 months for sure. And then we'll see how it comes out of this political deadlock.
They want me to wrap it up. I'm not sure what that means quite, but I will wrap it up by simply saying Brazil has to focus on 4 or 5 years, not on 12 to 18 months. This is the constant problem. This is the problem where if you're doing it for 12 months, you exaggerate what you're going to be able to do. This is the difficulty with exciting people to the notion it's all over very quickly. And you've got to be able to do it precisely by showing them what is necessary. You cannot get the rate of inflation up in order to eliminate the deficit problem because that will worsen the income distribution very obviously and clearly. The real answer, it seems to me, is to focus on 4 years rather than 12 to 18 months. Thank all the panelists. They've been very, very good.
Just be taking a very quick 5-minute break.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Foreign Affairs Live. Please take your seats and turn off all cellular phones and personal electronics. Our program will begin shortly.
Eu também, eu vivi nessas bandas aqui quase uns 20 anos.
É?
Daí, em 2010 eu voltei.
Tá em São Paulo agora?
Em São Paulo.
Você morava aqui, não é?
Morava aqui mesmo, morava aqui perto, Palisades, Rockland County, essa parte. Aqui eu trabalhava no centro de pesquisa aqui da IBM Watson Center, que fica em Yorktown.
Okay, if people will take their
Small
seats,
little.
I think we're ready to begin. This has been a very exciting morning, and as I was thinking about the feedback or the sort of the comments that were made this morning, I was getting more and more excited for this panel because this is where I see a lot of the green shoots that were talked about in the last panel, places where there can be important gains for Brazil in the medium and long term. But in preparing for this panel, I also did a little bit of research, and I started looking at some of the variables that are thought to influence innovation, and discovered that Brazil is in a position where there's plenty of growth that can be accomplished, right? That if you look at Brazil's the number of patents that Brazil has, Brazil is relatively low by world standards, about half of China's on a per capita basis. And some of the causes that the World Bank and others have pointed to, I think we'll be discussing today. We've already talked a little bit this morning about trade openness. Brazil is relatively closed to trade, even by the standards of large countries. But in addition, the legal environment has not until recently been very propitious to innovation and to property rights. So I don't want to talk a lot because we have a wonderful set of panelists. I won't read their bios because you have them in front of you, and it would take me several days to get through their very impressive backgrounds. But just to go, starting at the end, Kate Ambrose is President and Executive Director of the Latin American Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. Ailton Nascimento, the Vice President of Stefanini Group. Fernando Musa, Chief Executive Officer of Braskem America. And Ulises Melo, Director of IBM Global Research. So I would like each of you to start off the panel by telling us a little bit about your work and in your particular sectors, which are very complementary since there isn't much overlap here. Tell us a little bit about innovation in your sector. And why don't we start with Ulises? Ulises, with IBM, this is a very interesting case of foreign investment, foreign company operating in Brazil with a very strong investment in innovation. You've worked in a number of fields, from natural resources to healthcare, trying to think of innovations and ways in which we could improve innovation in Brazil. So why don't you start us off, if you would be so kind?
Yeah, sure. I have been in Brazil for the innovation part of the business of IBM for the last 5 years. So when I came back, I used to be here in Yorktown Heights in New York. We have a big lab over here. So we decided to invest what we call the third wave of globalization in some BRIC countries, and Brazil was one of the countries that had, I would say, all the elements like growth, policy for innovation, and the talent, right? So, so this has been a very good experience for us because some of the elements have shown to be very strong. For example, one of them I would mention is talent. We have been able to attract very good talent. Although there is this discussion of inequality and education problems in Brazil, Brazil has been able to produce in a sustainable way very good scientists over the years. Organizations like CNPq have invested in fellowship to send people overseas for more than 20 years. And now we are tapping to the people that have been repatriated. And so from the innovation side, I think that we decided then to look what would be the sectors that would be more transformational, that we could create innovation, not only from the technology. I would emphasize that part of innovation comes also from the business model. And in Brazil, naturally, natural resources has been one of the focus areas. And by natural resources, I mean oil and gas, mining, and agriculture. There has been a lot of growth in that particular space. Brazil has found more oil in the last 10 years than any other country globally. And in agriculture, we know how Brazil is a powerhouse in that space. And the other sectors that we decided also to invest are what we call inclusion services. Services that, from our point of view, are still very inefficient, that could gain a lot of efficiency with the intersection of technology, and that are education, healthcare, and also financial. Although we have a very robust financial sector in Brazil, this is mostly concentrated in São Paulo and Rio, but there is a lot of opportunity, to increase the participation on financial services, and now there are more and more innovation than ever, like fintechs in several emergent countries, including Brazil. So those have been the areas that we have been investing from the innovation point of view.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's turn to Fernando. Fernando at Braskem is the largest petrochemical firm in Latin America. And so how have you built skills to compete internationally? Tell us a little bit about your experience, please.
Thank you, Matthew. Yes, we're the largest petrochemicals company in Latin America, and actually the largest petrochemical company in the Americas today, with our positions in the US and also our project in Mexico. One of the interesting aspects, I think, around innovation in Braskem is that we've been going through two different waves given the specificity of our sector. I mean, we mainly produce plastics, which is a global commodity. Most of our competitors are global firms serving clients and users around the world. So for us, innovation is going to require talent. It's going to require a lot of interactions with our customers and end users, because most of the innovation will eventually happen when plastic is used rather than when plastic is produced. There is some in the production as well, but most of it now comes from the use of plastic. And in the first wave since Braskem creation back in 2002, we were able to achieve critical mass through the merger of 6 different companies, which enabled us to access talent in a differentiated way in Brazil. It created the critical mass to support the funding for the R&D and the application development activities that we needed to do, led to the formation of a very large and sophisticated lab in the south of Brazil in one of our petrochemical complexes. And for many years, the innovation was focused around making sure that innovations that had been happening around the world were available to the Brazilian market. Once we reach relevant size in the Brazilian market and were able to go through that process, Braskem started a second wave of business development and therefore innovation, which was coming from our internationalization process with the acquisition of a company, actually 2 companies here in the US, our investment in Mexico, a $5 billion projects to serve the Mexican market. And that move created a set of new customer needs, new end user needs that we now had to serve, that were more sophisticated, both in the US and in Europe, that created the ability for us to understand those and incorporate this into our innovation and development activities. Also, the critical mass that we achieved in the US enabled us to have a very large R&D center in the US that now works in collaboration with our facilities down in Brazil, and facilitated the access we have to global knowledge, global talent in the partnerships with universities and other research labs that we started when we're more Brazil-centric, but with our presence now in the US and in Europe makes this access, this interface, this leverage of external innovation way more facilitated as well.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Ailton Nascimento of Stefanini. Stefanini is the largest homegrown IT company in Brazil, so obviously a leader in innovation. Please tell us a little bit.
Yeah, as biggest as a Brazilian company, right? Because we have giants there. So our group, in our group, we are very diversified. So we have the consulting firm, which is more dedicated to IT services, but we also have a huge BPO company providing, serving the financial sector, which is the largest card processor in Latin America. It's called Orbital. But Orbital is now much more financial services, doing also financial BPO for banks and other institutions. We also have an engineering company working for manufacturers in order to improve their technologies, in order to help them to innovate, moving them to the Industry 4.0 and other relative services there. We are presented in 39 countries, all continents, and here in the United States for more than 15 years already. We are now a company, I would say that despite of this crisis, this political crisis that we are facing in Brazil, we are living in a very exciting moment in innovation. We have, for example, in our company, we are investing We have a special program to invest in startups. We have invested in many startup companies, and we have evaluated many. So we created now a program where we have a kind of incubation company, but it's not exactly some company to invest, but a company to create an environment for new startups to find their market, a good environment that can be supported by us in order to be a driver for them to go to market. So we are doing that as well. But along this last, I'd say, this last 6 years, we have also done a lot of new acquisitions. We have acquired 15 companies along these years, 3 companies here in the US. We have acquired companies in Asia in order to grow, but not only to grow, but we have also invested in a startup outside Brazil. So now we are controlling some of them, and they are growing very, very fast with us. In terms of our innovation centers, we have labs in Brazil, US, Romania, and the new one, brand new, in Singapore. And all of them are connected in order to bring innovation from many of these parts of the world in order to deliver also innovation to our customers and to improve our technologies there in Brazil. We are working in partnership with Watson. So Watson is a tremendous, amazing technology. It's amazing technology. It's pure innovation is the future in terms of cognitive technologies. So we are IBM partners. We are also investing great efforts in order to promote these new technologies. So that's why I'm saying we are living a very excited moment because we are progressing in IoT, and we are already progressing in technologies ahead of IoT. I would say Watson is one of that. And we are collaborating with our government in order to improve also innovation in public services there. I think it's something that will be explored in this panel. But I believe that, again, despite of this moment, we are facing some progress on that.
Wonderful. Keith, you have, startups were mentioned, and we know that you have ample experience in startups in Brazil particularly, but in Latin America as a whole. Can you tell us a little bit about innovation and how it plays a role with equity investment?
I think it's important to make the distinction that we've started touching on here between groundbreaking innovation and the idea of new technological discovery and the application of existing technologies to solve problems that are highly localized in a country like Brazil. I've seen a dramatic shift in Brazil since about 2011. I've been at Lavka since 2007. And overwhelmingly, what we see in the market is more traditional private equity investments in mature businesses. But around 2011, you saw the arrival of Silicon Valley firms such as Excel and Sequoia and Redpoint into the Brazilian market with the idea that this would be a new startup environment for the application of internet technologies, much as we've seen in China and India, markets that they had visited first. And so I've seen since that time 2 trends that have had a significant impact on the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the innovation ecosystem. One is the internationalization of that market. Again, something that's been touched on here. It's not that you're going to find within a Brazilian context, that force for change. But there was an arrival of many Germans actually during the push of the first wave of tech investing in Brazil around 2012, 2013. Engineers, Europeans, Americans, several of the more significant startups that we saw take hold in 2012, 2013 were actually from successful entrepreneurs in the US that were excited by the opportunity to explore a new market and launch, for example, Baby.com, online baby retailer, which they had done successfully in the US. The other force that I've noticed is just a generational shift. We notice an enormous difference in the sort of business context and the mindset of the 20-somethings that are involved in these startups as opposed to more traditional investors, people investing in something like infrastructure or real estate. And And it's an incredibly exciting time. We saw some boom years between 2011, 12, 13. The environment has changed dramatically today. But frankly, we're hearing from our member firms in Brazil that there has never been a better time for early stage deal flow, investing in startups, and you start to see the consolidation. At the same time, many of the international firms have more or less stayed on the sidelines in the last couple of years and starting to become active again now. And you've seen the development of a local ecosystem of Brazilian venture capital fund managers backing startups. And so just to give a couple of examples of the types of companies, Nubank is actually a mobile credit card program, which has received about $80 million in funding so far, including from Sequoia. It was originally backed by Sequoia, probably the premier venture investor in the US, alongside with some local fund managers as well. They are maintaining interest rates on their credit products at about 7 or 8%. We all know what interest rates look like in Brazil today. They are growing explosively. That company has only been around 3 or 4 years now, and they're growing explosively. Another interesting example is Descomplica, which is an education play. We see technology applied quite a bit to education, healthcare. This is a company also venture-backed that has an archive of about 15,000 test prep training videos that they make available to middle income or whoever can afford for about 10 reais a month subscription. Again, growing very dramatically, backed by both local fund managers and international managers. And then again, we see in context today with the level of distress in the market, the consolidation of platforms around, for example, e-commerce. So there were 4 or 5 shoe retailers. There were several Zappos in Brazil at the peak years. Those that needed to fail have failed. They've gone away. And you've seen a host of investors come around. Netshoes. Netshoes is now rapidly acquiring, because they've got the momentum, some of the more failed businesses and the human capital, the talent around some of those others. So GIC, the sovereign wealth fund out of Singapore, did a $120 million round with Netshoes recently. It's really impressive, the traction that we're seeing, and the other side of the very frustrating environment in Brazil today, the dynamism around tech, mobile, and startups.
Right. Well, thank you. These are all a real shift in gears as we, I think this morning was a little bit pressing for me. It's nice to hear all of these opportunities, but I do want to ask you all to talk a little bit about the challenges that you face in innovation in Brazil. Obviously, the short-term challenges we know about, but the political and economic challenges that we've seen. But I wonder if you could speak specifically to innovation. And I'll ask, why don't we just start, Kate, at the end and come back and just hear a little bit about what you see as the challenges to innovation and investment in innovation.
Well, we know, I think in Brazil and the US, around the world, traditionally tech and venture tend to take a mindset about regulation that they're looking to avoid it altogether. They want to operate sort of on the margins and not be influenced by public policy. And I think to some extent that's the case in Brazil as well. However, there is one particular initiative in place that's very problematic. They had passed the Marco Civil, which is the Internet Bill of Rights in Brazil a couple of years ago. And the current Congress is very actively trying to retrench on that. We've seen some really dramatic headlines with the shutting down of WhatsApp, a wildly popular messaging system which 100 million Brazilians rely on to communicate in the absence of regular telephone or other means of messaging. So the WhatsApp was shut down for an investigation around much what we're seeing here in the US with Apple, sharing of information that they were not actually able to share, because as we know, WhatsApp disappears messages after. And then just about a week ago, we saw the arrest or detention of the head of Facebook in Latin America. Facebook owns WhatsApp, and hauled in for questioning, which was really quite shocking. So I think it's deeply concerning to see those types of headlines. You don't see them anywhere else. And then again, this is making the hard copy edition of the Wall Street Journal in New York that everyone's reading. It's not a good message to see coming out of Brazil. I mean, I would say on a positive side as well, Brazil is a country that's had a whole host of government-sponsored programs to support innovation and venture startups. You have from BNDES a fund of funds that's backed venture capital funds, from FINEP, the technology ministry, a program, and those programs predate any other activity in Latin America. Now you see those in Mexico and Colombia. Brazil has a 10-year track record of public funding and support for venture capital and startups and this type of thing, but clearly there are some areas where they're not getting it right in terms of internet technology.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So I think we are getting better in terms of the subject, venture capital. However, we are still aware of very far away from what would be the good condition for that. So the small companies, the small startups, they have, yes, the government is supporting that, is creating programs, but they still have problems to get there. They still have problems to access those funds because there are many bureaucracy. For example, if you submit your project to FINEP, for example, which is one of the government funds, it takes about 1 year or more to get a response, and the bureaucracy is huge. So people, they don't have much money to invest in this stage in order to create papers, big projects to be compliant with those venture capital rules. So, and at the end of this, when they access the fund, most of them receive a response for, I can finance your project. I can give you a loan with low rate. So entrepreneurial guys, they are not looking for loans, they are looking for investment. So this is one problem that we still have there. That's why the private sector, I think, is responding better to this requirement. So many companies like us, they are investing in startups programs in order to give them to invest in their ideas. And so I think it's working better on this side. And the other things that is, my opinion, is a big barrier, is a huge problem, is regarding to patents in Brazil. So if you go to submit your project to be registered in INPI, it takes, it's amazing to say, but about 11 years to get the patent. So, but the good news is last November, INPI and USPTO, they have signed an agreement, which is good, a PPH, in order to accelerate those programs. And also, in order to interchange methodologies that can be implemented in Brazil and to transform this, for example, for software registering, in Brazil, they use a methodology that was created 200 years ago. It's the same methodology used to register a book, for example. So they evaluate lines of code and the structure and not functionalities. So here in USPTO, they evaluate functionalities. It's much faster and much more effective. So I think this is a kind of contribution that can be benefit our program there in Brazil and becoming all patents faster. But of course we need to hire more people. We have only less than 300 analysts there in our department. So I need to improve this. So this, I think, is a strong barrier because most of our patents are registered here in USPTO, in the United States. And a country to be recognized as an innovative country depends on the number of patents they have. Mm-hmm. So this is, I consider, the two main problems that we are facing now.
So being more on the bricks and mortar side of the economy, I think our challenges are a little bit different. As I said at the opening remarks, we're in a very global and broad industry, so scale is very important. And I think Kate mentioned the distinction between the basic research and the application research. There is a lot of basic research in our industry, but this typically happens either inside universities or in very close collaboration with universities. And for me, this is one of the challenges around the bricks and mortars innovation in Brazil, because the academic world, in my experience, with very, very few exceptions, is not very happy if a professor finds an innovation and goes out and creates its firm and becomes a rich entrepreneur. This is badly seen by the establishment in the academia in Brazil, which is in direct opposition to what you see here in the US, where many of the schools have their own funds, incentivize this, and people are happy about this. So this is one challenge that makes collaborating with the academic world a challenge for us. I agree the patents is a challenge. If you are in a global sector like ours, not only we have to register in Brazil, it takes forever, but we need to make sure we protect our IP around the world. So the complication of the multiple patents and the cost of it, makes it that we need to have scale, which makes another benefit of getting global and more global. And the last challenge, I think, is the counterpoint to what Kate was saying. There is a lot of activity in the venture capital, but most of the money is going to the IT world, tech world, and there could be a lot of innovations around the more bricks and mortars. We see some investments in biotech in Brazil, but Brazil has a huge agricultural base, lots of biomass. We could see way more, and the easiness to invest in transposing the IT concepts, the mobile and financial services, IT-based solutions, make it that my point of view, the money gets channeled to that and starves of funds other potential sectors where Brazil could have a competitive advantage around innovation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to add what my colleagues just said, I think that there is in Brazil there is a profound misunderstanding about the innovation value chain, right? So I think that the whole goal of innovation is to improve the economy, create jobs, create new markets, and I think that the system is incredibly siloed. With boxes of academics, boxes of applied research, and boxes of startup companies, and they should be completely connected and very vibrant, and they are not. They are very, siloed in that way. So I see a lot of investment. For example, if you look, FAPESP is one of the largest organizations to invest. They invest about $500 million in research, and mostly in academics and some what we call ICTs, non-profit organization, right? So it has more a science aspect of it, but it is very hard for that innovation to flow up to a point that really has a strong effect to the economy. And I think that's something also when you look the array of investments or opportunities, grants and this, they're also incredibly fragmented and over-regulated, right? So in a way that's very difficult to access and even to have controls on the top of that. So I think that there has to be a way to simplify under that notion of how to impact the full economy, and the people have to take a very hard look about because there is a lot of money. If you look, there are a lot of laws like information law, ICMS laws that provides 1% or sometimes of taxes or the revenues that can go to R&D. But in my opinion, this could be much better leveraged and used than it is today because of this fragmentation.
Could I, before we turn it over to the audience, I know we're standing between the audience and lunch, but I know that they will have lots of questions as well. But let me ask, none of you mentioned human capital as a problem. But I was surprised in looking at the data to learn that Brazil has, on a per capita basis, only about a third as many engineers as the United States, a third as many as Chile, about a fifth as many as Germany. And so, you know, if I had been, as a novice in this field, I was curious, do you have any human capital constraints? Given all of you have some experience working in other countries, is this an issue? Is this something that we need to be concerned about?
Well, I can start. I would say it was mentioned in one of the previous panels, the manufacturing sector is very underrepresented in Brazil. So we can find people because we might have less in relative terms, but our manufacturing sector is not as big. So relative to the size of the manufacturing sector, we have good schools, we have good talent. The Brazilian individual tends to be very creative. So, and I think it's a great country for innovation if we work on the ecosystem. I think this integration and value chain of innovation is a very big barrier. I don't think talent is a challenge. And whenever you face challenges, I think either companies or even the government is taking action to improve the quality of the talent, like the program that the government has been doing, the Science Without Borders, that has been going on for a while, making sure that young students that have good potential have the opportunity to spend a year abroad and really turbocharge their experience base, their interconnectivity with what's going on in the world, and then go back to Brazil and bring this back to Brazil. And this is helping a lot to make sure that the talent pool is there. You know, my colleagues would share that.
I'm sorry. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, so yes, I would say that we are facing some constraints on that. So we are founder with IBM also, with an association in Brazil called Brascom. We are today 7 to 9 big companies that members of this association, and we have a special committee in order to treat this kind of problem, in order to create ideas and solutions to solve this. Many companies are investing their own in order to, in partnership with universities, in order to train and complete training of students in order to increase our workforce. So for example, we have today in Brazil in IT 2.5 million people, professionals. However, until 2022, we are estimating a gap of 1 million. 1 million more we need, and we don't have it. We don't have capacity enough to graduate engineers, 1 million engineers for IT until 2022. And we don't want to create some, let's say, general ideas that to bring a lot of people from outside to fill this gap. So we intend to train them, to educate them inside our universities. So this is a big constraint because it can impact our innovation. It can impact our lot of new projects that is already forecasted to be developed in the next years, not only for the private, but to the public sector as well. In terms of to develop new public services, developing public services will be able to increase efficiency and reduce costs and things that we need. So in our government, we need to reduce a lot of costs. They are too heavy. So, and all these things, at the end of the day, will be impacting these programs. So that is one of our main concerns.
Thank you.
I would, just to touch on, I think definitely on the technology side, we have seen limited human capital. I mean, that's been a constraint, and the cost of hiring engineers for technology companies, again, 2012, 2013 was just through the roof. You saw, meanwhile, the other side of the coin in Europe, and a lot of Portuguese and Spaniards going to Brazil, and as I had mentioned, the Germans before. So I think that's starting to, with the downturn, and it was touched on in previous panels, there's sort of a cleaning out. There is a lot more human capital available today for the number of technology companies than that we see, a few years ago. But to go to another piece, I think it was mentioned in the first discussion this morning, the idea of the taxi driver giving out the business card. Brazil, as I see, is fundamentally different really than any other country in Latin America in a very institutional approach to business. The private equity market and the private investment market overall is far, far more developed than anywhere else in the region, and there are a lot of things that you could point your finger at, but fundamentally, business owners understand a company as an asset that they're open to working with an investor to come in, take a loan, or have somebody take an equity stake, grow that asset, and sell it off. So there's, in that sense, again, a much more entrepreneurial mindset. In countries like Mexico, Colombia, there's still a much more personalized and family approach to business. It's extremely difficult for fund managers to find companies that are willing to take capital from a private investor. Their attitude is, this is my company, I built it, and no one's gonna come in on the outside and tell me how to run it, and I'd rather see it fail than have a private investor come in. So it's a slightly different topic, but I would say that the business environment overall, this is why we see in our data, Brazil typically captures 2/3 to 3/4 of all fundraising and investment dollars for private equity and venture capital. It's not a reflection of the size of the economy. Mexico is actually very small because of this issue I've just cited. So I think that is definitely an advantage that Brazil brings to the table.
Yeah, I agree with Kate in the sense that I think that until 2013, when the economy was booming, we start to see some. I think that the economy was bound by high quality people that could help to continue to grow, in the labor market in Brazil in general, because it was more difficult to find engineers and especially management folks. But more recently, I think that the demand and supply is more in balance. But I would say to the comment of quality and numbers, quantity, right? So Brazil has top tier schools that, if you look, for example, like EITA, the aeronautic school, Embraer is a result of that. And we see a lot of examples of that, like if you look at the transformation that we saw in agriculture, much is coming from Embrapa, and Embrapa has leading engineers that has training in Brazil and outside. So I think that there is a core in Brazil that is very technical, very good, but it doesn't scale, right? So we have still to improve the other school, tier 2, in order to be prepared for the next wave to scale, right, essentially.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all. Let me open it up to questions. I know the audience will have questions for all of us. Yes, I see one hand here and another hand in the back. So why don't we start up here?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for an excellent panel. John Ergos, Tigris Financial Partners, also teach at NYU. One question on the private equity venture capital side, which is how does the exit of the original investors ever occur? I mean, how is it occurring that people start companies, they have people come in with them, they develop it, and then what then happens? Is there an exit onto the stock market, onto a limited stock market? What exactly happens? That's one of the big problems here. I mean, how do these entrepreneurs actually realize their gain and the profit that they have made?
Well, I would have to make a distinction between private equity and startups. Yeah. We have seen quite a few successful exits out of the private equity industry, including listings on the Bovespa. I think 2013 was the year that there were 4 private equity-backed IPOs on the Bovespa. For venture-backed startups, very different scenario. There's an enormous amount of expectation because we haven't seen a unicorn and we haven't seen a really massive exit of a venture-backed startup yet. I think the expectation had been before we were coming into this crisis that we might see that in 2015 or 16, and of course now that window is closed again. But it's a long-term play. I think this is the frustration of the managers and the investors and the entrepreneurs in Brazil today, is they have extraordinary opportunities given the greater supply of human capital, the lower costs, et cetera, and the opportunity to consolidate around a handful of winners. But it's unlikely that you're going to see a big exit right now. That said, I mentioned some of the larger rounds. I mean, there's talk of Hotel Urbano, Booking.com, or Priceline from the U.S. took a big stake in Hotel Urbano, which is the online hotel booking company in Brazil. I mean, you do see international players coming in and taking stakes. We just haven't had that big success story yet.
Okay, I see a hand there.
There's a microphone arriving.
Thank you. Eric Saucedo from TriCap Partners here in New York. Great panel, by the way. Thank you very much. On the aspect of technology and innovation, I agree with very much agree with Kate's point in terms of the entrepreneurial aspect of Brazil, more focused than perhaps other countries. But at the same time, in the last few years, you see a lot of Brazilian companies moving to Silicon Valley, moving to New York, and obviously Miami is always a favorite. And they move there for many reasons. But what are the incentives? What are the benefits for these companies to actually remain in Brazil versus moving to these markets in the U.S.?
I think I can. So if you compare what they can take in terms of the advantage here in Silicon Valley, and we can get in Brazil, so it's two different. So Silicon Valley can give them 100 times more they can find in Brazil. In Brazil, is startups that develop their solutions in Brazil. They are a bit more focused on big markets. Like they are looking for fintech. They are looking for some other much corporate markets than I would say than the normal users, like solutions you can find in the Silicon Valley that can be much better evaluated than what they are developing there. So I think this is something when they go to be evaluated by a corporation, they receive some, I would say, some very humble evaluation. Then they can find in a so matured market like United States, like Silicon Valley. If they have a great idea and they develop this and they can present this to an investor here, they will come here to do this because they cannot find the same level of investment in Brazil. So this is one thing, and more than this, they can grow much faster going to other markets from here than developing in Brazil. So I think we are still very close in terms of a startup economy in Brazil than here. That's why they are always looking for this market.
And maybe migrating a little bit to the more brick and mortar side of the world, I think the point raised about the ecosystem of innovation, and it's much easier for someone in the manufacturing world to benefit from the innovation outside of Brazil than here. So you see many Brazilian companies going global like us, Braskem, WEG, Gerdau, and others for different reasons, but one of the benefits for all of them has been access to innovation that then can be leveraged around the world and back in Brazil, where those companies typically have a large position to start with. So it's going to play out a little bit different depending on the sector and the reason why. But so in general, if and it was mentioned before, Brazil needs to be better connected to the global economy. So having more global companies, Brazilian global companies, is going to help. And I mean, in some cases, it's a IT entrepreneur that had a great idea, which is going to move to the US because he's going to make 10, 20, 30 times more money here because the market is bigger, there's more VC funding, it's going to be way easier. But I mean, in some other sectors, it's going to be about building a global footprint, serving clients globally, and leveraging access to knowledge, talent from a more diversified and broader pool than just being constrained to the Brazilian market.
I would second that. I think that there is no return. It's only expansion, right? So Brazilian companies are going to become more and more global. And I think that part of this going to Silicon Valley and other places is essentially to understand the culture very well and then rotate people that they can understand that very well in different countries, right? So, for example, one of the reasons that when I went back to Brazil, one of the things that we want to do is to set the culture right? So, for example, in this IP part, as you know, IBM has a long time tradition of IP. We file more patents than anybody else in the last 23 years. So in the only 5 years in Brazil, we have been able to set that culture in a way that now we are, only my lab is responsible for 20% of all the patents filed in US from Brazil. The first author is from Brazil. So this is the kind of culture that if you can learn and rotate, will benefit tremendously Brazilian companies that want to be global and competitive globally.
Would you like? Okay. I had seen another hand. Yes, right back.
David Trubeck, University of Wisconsin and Harvard Law School. I have a comment and then a question. The comment is, it's almost as if the previous panel and this panel are talking about two different countries. I mean, in the first panel, the government's doing everything wrong, everything's going to hell in a handbasket, the world is coming to an end. Here we have innovation is booming, we've got high-level scientists, the government is doing something useful, maybe not perfect, but at least helpful. There's a venture capital industry that's bigger than anything anywhere in Latin America. Wonderful, two countries. That's Brazil, by the way. Footnote, that's Brazil. Okay, but my question really has to do with the universities and innovation. So when I was in charge of international affairs at the University of Wisconsin, and Al will remember because he probably had similar experiences, we were inundated with chancellors, presidents from European universities who suddenly realized the importance of university support for the commercialization of university-developed intellectual property, which Wisconsin, Berkeley, and Stanford, MIT. And so we would get dozens of chancellors. Has that, and although you mentioned faculty resentment, but has the leadership of Brazilian universities grasped this the way, say, this has happened in Europe in the last 10 years? Do you see the movement of university presidents or whatever governing bodies recognizing the importance of this as an institutional commitment by the university itself?
I was exposed to this one of the first trips I made to Brazil at LAVCA, there was a discussion around this with some of the larger universities and some private investors. I think, there is a cultural challenge there. I think that there are definitely outstanding universities in Brazil, including some that have, a strong commitment to innovation. But it's really, there aren't that many places in the world where that connection between the university environment and the commercialization of viable technologies or companies, you see that around the world outside of the US. So my understanding, I'd be curious to hear what the other panelists have to say, is that's not a source of new opportunity for investment or innovation in Brazil today.
Yeah. Well, I can comment a little bit on that. I think that this IP conversation from university commercial side is a very good one, even globally, because in my opinion, most of universities, even in US, lose money on this. They don't manage this properly. But in Brazil, of course, some universities start to do that. The ones that have, I would say, try to create some foundations that could do commercial agreements with companies. They grasp the idea. I think that sometimes they go overboard because they think that their contribution is much larger, and then create some shock between companies like Braskem and the universities themselves. But I think that Brazil is learning and trying to reach the balance of that. But I think that much more has to be done in the spirit of what I mentioned before, to integrate the innovation value chain in a way that becomes much more integral to the process.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I mean, just like you said, there are multiple Brazils. So some universities, some schools might have the mindset, but the environment, and I mean, especially if you go to the federal universities, who tend to be the best ones, they're tied to the government with all the challenges of doing this inside the restrictions of the law that they are forced to abide to, creates a huge challenge. So yes, some school, Ulysses mentioned ITA, the aeronautical school, which I happen to have attended. And I mean, I've been trying to help with alumni to replicate what exists in Brazil, where in US, where alumni contribute money to the school so that they can snowballs. It's close to impossible. It's not like we don't have the money to contribute. We can't make the money reach the relevant activities at the school because it gets stuck somewhere in the process, and it's not red tape. It's just so complex and complicated that we're not going to give up, but we're spending a lot of time on finding a way to give back money to the school and help it continue to develop going forward. So it's one of the challenges. I mean, it was mentioned in the previous panel, most of the best schools are state-owned for free. So it creates this challenge while students are going for free. So if they have an idea and then go be rich, it's kind of, that's not fair. And that's what we need to break. I mean, it's great if they go and start up a company and become a very successful entrepreneur. That's what the schools should be about as well, educating people, but making sure that the economy is growing through this increased talent pool. And it is a challenge. And yes, there is evolution. It's going to take a while, and having more and more openness to what's going on around the world. But I guess you never received any Brazilians visiting you, right? There's a sign.
And adding that, another contribution is that I think universities should be more proactive there in Brazil in order to approach the private sector mainly. So I think there are initiatives, many coming from the private sector to the university, then the opposite way. A good example, I think, it's something that works. We have a technology park in Recife, Pernambuco, which is CESAR, integrated with the Federal University there. It works very well. So they created, so I think it's a kind of a warehouse of startups. So they created is a nursery of startups. Most of them is coming from this program, CESAR. But it's a good program that works, but it's difficult to replicate in other regions. So it's I think it's only one example that we have. You can compare even very humble with something that happens here in the Silicon Valley, but too far away. But it's a kind of example of technology park startup at all. So that's the point. But it's not replicated.
Have any other further questions? I wanted just to ask a closing question here. Two sectors were mentioned that we haven't talked a lot about, but are very important to Brazil. The first is higher education, and particularly the issue of innovations in higher education, particularly private sector higher education. And then the other is, of course, agriculture. And this is one of the most dynamic sectors in Brazil today and has been for much of the last 2 decades. And we haven't talked much about it, although it was referenced. So you don't have to address both of them, but if you have an expertise in one or the other, it would be interesting to hear your thoughts. Kate, you started last at the beginning. I'll let you finish first at the end.
I could just throw in where we see private capital flowing into. Education has been one of the most dynamic sectors for private equity investment in Brazil in recent years, alongside healthcare. One of my favorite sound bites is that the largest private education company in the world is Brazilian, and it was formed by Croton, formed by Advent International and GP Investments, merging 2 companies, and is publicly listed. So we definitely see private money going into education, both traditional education, and then, as I mentioned, with Descomplica and many other examples, startups and the application of technology to expand access to education for larger groups. I'm surprised that we don't see more agribusiness funds in the market. I know of 2, and they don't really focus. Investing in land and that type of thing, extremely complicated, very high risk. They're more focused on logistics and transport and cold storage. I actually had a significant institutional investor tell me about a year ago, why do I keep getting marketed energy funds for Latin America? I want to invest in agribusiness. Why aren't there more agribusiness funds in Latin America? I think it's definitely a very important and strategic sector for Brazil where there's a lot of opportunity. We haven't seen a significant amount of private equity money going into that sector in Brazil.
Ailton, would you like to say anything?
I think I'd say that we have some initiatives there in terms of to improve in agribusiness sector. So develop new innovation solutions. We are in partnership with other companies. For example, we are investing some in our own money, our own investments in order to develop new technologies using IoT solutions, sensors, etc., that can benefit the agribusiness culture at all. And also, we have discussed a lot of new initiatives with GBS, which is a big meat derivatives producer there, and a food company. And we are doing by our own. So I agree that we don't have many investments coming addressed to agribusiness that should be, because our country is one of the bigger agricultural producers of the world. So I think it should be. We have a good initiative from Embrapa, which is a governmental lab. They are great in terms of developing new technologies for agriculture. But yeah, I agree. I think should be much more than this.
Yeah, I don't have much to add on the agricultural side, except that because of its size, we at Braskem invest a lot on the application side to reduce waste in the overall process, either transportation, the harvesting, the planting. So many of our efforts in the application development go to agricultural business to contribute to the increase of efficiency in that sector. The one comment I will make around education, we talked a lot about higher education, but I think the key challenge for Brazil is not the higher education, it's pre-K to 12, right? So it's the middle school, the high schools, and this is one of the big challenges where I think the IT-based solutions can be very, very powerful to help kids to really boost their ability to learn and their knowledge base, so they come to universities even better prepared. And this is certainly something that would have a huge impact for the country. It's not immediate, but once those kids that are better educated grow up, I'm sure it's going to have a very significant impact for the country going forward.
Well, I am, in terms of the agriculture, one of the natural resources of Brazil, I think that Brazil is very well positioned to do what other countries have done in terms of knowledge economy, right? So, for example, Norway, you know, start with oil and gas, and now the oil and gas is gone, but they have a very robust oil and gas service companies that do work worldwide. I think that Brazil, the first wave that the Embrapa did was essentially how to adapt the species to the more difficult land situations that we have, right? It's more on the genomic side. But now with the digitalization of the field and the IoT, I think there is a huge opportunity for what we call precision agriculture, smart agriculture, that we can do much better efficient land management, fertilizer management, irrigation. So this creates a set of very technology-based services that if you transform this to the knowledge economy, that you can create services companies then that can provide services for Africa, China, worldwide. We would be very well positioned to create this new generation of service companies from Brazil.
Well, thank you to the entire audience for being here with us all morning for this very interesting conversation. I want to close by asking you for a big round of applause for our very innovative panel. Thank you.
Muito bom, obrigado.
Ele vai tirar os nossos microfones aqui.
Tira aqui mesmo?
Acho que sim. Ele.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Take them here.
Senão a gente vai falando.
Todo mundo vai ouvir o nosso conversa.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you, sir.
Obrigado.
Thank
you.
Thank you, sir.
sorry.